Chapter 466. Su Yu coldly shook his head. I've already lost my life, much less the treasure. Forget it, I'll kill you first to prevent any future troubles. I'll think of a way to get the mark. Seeing Su Yu activate the spell again, the white-haired youth's eyelids twitched. Wait. I'll give it to you, as long as you promise not to harm me. Su Yu thought for a moment, nodding his head. Sure, but if you dare play any tricks, don't blame me. As long as you keep your promise. I just want to keep my life. The white-haired youth was extremely dissatisfied. His palm gently caressed the purple sun incredible umbrella, and a drop of blood appeared. The purple sun incredible umbrella buzzed, returning to its ownerless state. The white-haired youth raised his hand and tossed it to Su Yu. Su Yu's gaze flashed, but he did not catch it immediately. Instead, he flicked his finger, sending it flying in another direction, 1,000 jong away. The white-haired youth's expression changed. What are you doing? What answered him was Su Yu's ice-cold eyes. You. Find. Die. He flicked his finger again, sending a bolt of spirit energy into the purple sun incredible umbrella 1,000 jong away. At that moment, a layer of black liquid flowed out from within the purple sun incredible umbrella. The poison of the liquid was terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the grassland within a radius of 100,000 jong turned pitch black. The lush grass was quickly corroded into a black, smelly liquid. The ground where the purple sun mystical umbrella was located had been corroded into a 3-foot deep pit. With such a strong poison, if Su Yu had touched it with his hand, he would have turned into a puddle of blood on the spot. When he had taken out the mark, he had secretly inserted a drop of the black liquid. He had thought that he had done it without anyone noticing. Little did he know, with the see-through ability of his soul eyes, such a small action could not be hidden from Su Yu. The white-haired youth's expression was pale. As he retreated, he loudly begged, "Please give me another chance. I won't do it again, I've already given you a chance." Su Yu's expression was as cold as ice. He clenched his fist, activating the 9 yin-yang formation to its limits. The sky was filled with brilliant green afterimages, forming an impenetrable giant net. Creak, the white-haired youth was instantly sliced into pieces of minced meat. With a wave of his hand, a fireball shot out from his finger and burned the corpse into ashes. After which, he used the flames to burn the purple sun incredible umbrella again, burning away all the remaining poison on it. Only then did Su Yu raise his hand and grab the purple sun incredible umbrella in his palm. At the same time, Su Yu summoned the divine flying ship and placed Gang Daily and Qin Zhuoyang on the flying ship quickly. He then controlled the flying ship without hesitation and prepared to soar into the sky. However, almost at this moment, a terrifying aura shot over from not far away. His aura was so strong that it could even be mentioned in the same breath as the ghost prison envoy. From afar, Su Yu could see the head of blood-red hair. Sanguis, the leader of this team. He was carrying an unconscious woman in his hand. It was Yu Chan, who could even contend against the power of the fairy realm. As strong as she was beaten to the point where she didn't even know if she was dead or alive. At this moment, Xueling's hair was standing on end. His eyes were bursting with monstrous killing intent as he flew over madly. Swish, his figure descended quickly, sweeping past the skeleton of the white-haired youth on the ground and the flying ship that Su Yu was on. At that moment, his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. You killed Xue Yang. Xueling let out a low growl, his pale eyes looking at Su Yu as if he wanted to devour him. Su Yu's heart turned cold. The feeling this person gave him was completely different from the demonic cultivators he had seen before. Looking him in the eyes, Su Yu had a fearful feeling. It was as if he was facing an extremely frightening living being and not just a human. At this moment, Gang Daily and Qin Zhuoyang's bodies jerked abruptly. They had awoken from their slumber due to the death of the white-haired youth. They looked at the situation in front of them in confusion. The white-haired youth was dead, but an even more frightening Xueling had appeared. At this moment, he was facing Su Yu. The two of them shuddered, turning over and getting up, their expressions unusually grave. Brother Black Snow, where is that white-haired youth? Gang Daily looked around cautiously. That person's secret technique was overbearing and strange, forcefully causing people to fall asleep. It was already extremely dangerous to deal with Xueling. How dangerous would it be if the other party were to hide in the dark? Su Yu's voice was extremely grave, his soul eyes locked onto the other party, not daring to look away for even a moment. He said with a low voice, "He has been killed." "What? He has been killed?" Gang Daily and Qin Joyang gasped. The only person present who could kill the white-haired youth was undoubtedly Su Yu. Even though they had seen that the white-haired youth had become much weaker after using that secret technique before they fainted, it did not mean that an ordinary person could kill him. Just how much ability was Su Yu hiding? Su Yu's eyes flashed, his palm pressing on the divine flying ship. With a thought, he controlled the divine flying ship to escape. Its speed was pushed to the maximum by Su Yu, and it could compete with the fairy realm. However, what was strange was that the divine flying ship turned one round in the air, then flew back. It was not being controlled. No, it was being controlled by someone else. My blood is in the flying ship as well. Xueling took big steps forward, his voice deep. The words he spoke were like the language of the underworld. Gang Daily's expression was grave. Let's go all out. We were able to survive from the hands of the ghost prison envoy. Do you think we will die in the hands of this person? Su Yu's expression changed again. With a slap of his palm, the divine flying ship shrunk to the size of a foot, and he kept it in the cosmos mirror to prevent the flying ship from being controlled by Xueling attack. Qin Joyang used his curse technique, connecting him with Xueling. Feeling that the enemy was unusually strong, Qin Joyang clenched his teeth. I will hold him back. All of you, attack with all your might. Qin Joyang weaved signs with one hand, and his other hand took down the hairpin on his head. A vicious expression flashed past his eyes, and he pierced the bottom of his foot. The body of Xueling, who was taking big strides forward, suddenly turned rigid. His right leg seemed to be nailed to the ground, and he was unable to move. Seeing that, Gang Daily let out a furious roar, letting out an inhuman roar of a flood dragon. His large body was like a small mountain, and he crashed toward Xueling. Su Yu's gaze turned serious as well. He summoned his clone, and the ice and fire origins were formed at the same time. The attacks of the two of them arrived in an instant, bombarding the body of Xueling, who could not move. He could not even use his protective spiritual energy. With his body, how could he withstand the frightening attacks of the two of them? Thump. However, what caused Su Yu's expression to change was that his and Gang Daily's attacks were like the fists of mortals, bombarding an iron plate. Only his clothes were destroyed, and his body was only left with a layer of skin. A few shallow bloody scars appeared. At that moment, Yu Chan, who had suffered an intense shock, woke up from her unconsciousness. When she saw the scene in front of her, she shouted in fear, "Run quickly. His body is already at the level of the fairy realm." Humph. Suddenly, Xueling let out a low, cold grunt. That voice was filled with the coldness and tyranny of an absolute power. It is too late for you to realize it now. Open. Xueling let out a cold grunt, and his body, which had clearly been frozen, shook violently. Pooh. Qin Joyang suffered a backlash, opening his mouth to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. With a cracking sound, his ring finger shattered. As for Gang Daily and Su Yu, their bodies shook fiercely, and they were sent flying several hundred zhong away like stones. Su Yu was shocked. The body of the fairy realm. Split up and run. Su Yu let out a shout. With the body of the fairy realm, their attacks could not possibly be effective. Moreover, the person that Xueling wanted to kill was Su Yu. If they escaped like that, the two of them might have a chance of successfully escaping. Hearing this, the three of them split up once again, shooting toward different directions. However, Xueling only let out a cold smile, revealing a row of white teeth. With a flash of his figure, he chased after Qin Joyang. A scene that caused everyone to gasp appeared. Qin Joyang, who had already escaped 10,000 zhong away, only felt his body become blurry. He could faintly see a red afterimage flash past, and his abdomen suffered a heart-wrenching pain. The terrifying power sent him flying backward. Gang Daily, who had sensed the commotion, could not help but look back in shock. You still have the leisure to look left and right when you are escaping? Suddenly, a cold grunt came from Gang Daily's ears. Xueling, who had clearly been in front of Qin Zhuoyang a moment ago, had actually appeared in front of Gang Daily, his huge fist coming toward him without any explanation. At that moment, Gang Daily's body was sent flying back like a cannonball. Thump! Qin Zhuoyang and Gang Daily's bodies flew back at the same time, colliding violently. The place where they collided was the place they had just escaped from. Su Yu, who had turned back to see the scene, gasped. He clearly saw Xueling's figure appear in front of Qin Zhuoyang and Gang Daily at the same time, sending them back to their original positions. That was not because Xueling was proficient in cloning, but because his speed was too fast. He first appeared in front of Qin Zhuoyang, sending him flying with a kick, then quickly arrived in front of Gang Daily. This inhuman movement technique caused Su Yu to be shocked. Xueling let out a mocking smile, coldly looking at Su Yu. "It's your turn." His figure suddenly became blurry, disappearing on the spot. Su Yu's scalp turned numb. He opened his soul eyes, observing with a serious expression. Suddenly, under the penetrative vision of his soul eyes, a distorted air current flew over like a shadow. The soul eyes had always been able to see through everything. But at that moment, he could only see a lump of distorted air current, unable to see the actual body. The terror of Xueling's movement technique was beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, the distorted shadow overtook Su Yu, stopping abruptly in front of him. A giant fist, containing an unimaginable power, struck Su Yu's chest. Thump! The fist struck the Eternal Stone King armor on Su Yu's body, exploding with a loud bang. Su Yu let out a metallic roar, his body flying back like a cannonball. But as he flew back, a dagger fell from Su Yu's sleeves, stabbing into Xueling's chest. Xueling had not expected Su Yu to be able to see his trajectory clearly. He was not prepared, and was stabbed by the golden dagger. Clang! But the golden scale dagger, a divine artifact that could cut through metal like mud, actually created a spark on Xueling's chest. Su Yu clicked his tongue. How terrifying was the abilities of the fairy realm. Xueling's murderous intent grew. With a flash of his figure, he caught up to Su Yu, who was flying back. Using his palm as a knife, he slashed toward Su Yu's head. With the physical body of the fairy realm, Su Yu would undoubtedly be killed on the spot. With a flash of his eyes, Su Yu weaved signs with one finger. A terrifying thunderbolt energy was released from the cosmos mirror. Chapter 467. Even though his trump card would be exposed, he had no time to consider it. The enemy before him was strong, and he could only use his trump card to fight back. Otherwise, he might really die here. But at this moment, Su Yu suddenly felt an extremely savage aura coming from the grassland beneath him. There was also a faintly discernible stench of blood assaulting his senses. That savage aura was not human, and it was extremely powerful. It was as if a tiny human was beside the mouth of a hungry wolf. The breath it exhaled sent shivers down one's spine. Su Yu's body stiffened involuntarily. The blood in his body congealed, and it was difficult to circulate. Xueling's palm, which was furiously slapping downward, also stopped abruptly. His cold face was suddenly filled with shock. Just a moment ago, Sanguis had been suppressing them in a domineering manner. But now, his face was filled with shock. He even gave up on Su Yu, who was right in front of him, and charged into the sky without hesitation. A strong sense of life and death welled up in his heart. Su Yu's reaction was also extremely fast. He did not even have the time to confirm what was happening beneath him. Without hesitation, he charged into the sky, escaping quickly. At this moment, the expressions of Qin Zhuoyang and Gang Daily, who were tens of thousands of zhong away, changed drastically. As they charged into the sky, they let out terrified cries. Black snow, escape quickly. In their eyes, a giant ghost face had appeared within a radius of 1,000 zhong on the grassland where Su Yu and Xueling were. The features of the ghost face were clear, and its eyes were filled with a ferocious smile. A terrifying murderous aura was emitted from the ghost face. Such a strange thing caused the two of them to be extremely shocked. Even without their reminder, Su Yu's spirit energy surged, and he used short-distance wings, spreading his wings and flying wildly. At this moment, an air current swept out from beneath his feet. Being swept by the air current, Su Yu felt the aura of death assaulting him. He had only ever felt such an irresistible sense of death from one person before, and that was Shunga. Fairy realm. The monster below was a true fairy realm. Schwelling was not much better off than Suyu. His expression was grave, and his expression was extremely calm. The monster below also posed a great threat to him. At this moment, the ghost face suddenly revealed a mocking expression, as if mocking Suyu and Schwelling for overestimating themselves. Its huge mouth suddenly split open, and a long tongue that looked like a tree vine extended out from it, sweeping across the sky. With that speed, Suyu's soul eyes could only see a ball of twisting air current. He could not even see its afterimage. His speed was much faster than Sangui's. Suyu's expression changed greatly. Seeing that he could not avoid it in time, he activated the Eternal Stone King armor. A layer of black light enveloped Suyu. Pa! With a loud bang, the light barrier was ruthlessly struck. What caused Suyu's expression to change drastically was that the defensive light barrier, which had never been broken before, was now filled with cracks. Although it hadn't been completely broken, it was like a spider's web with cracks all over it. It was extremely terrifying. If the force was a little bit stronger, the rain barrier would have been shattered on the spot. Shocked, Suyu did not say anything else. He activated the vital energy crystal and released the vital energy within it, activating the Eternal Stone King armor to its strongest state. Soon enough, the Eternal Stone King armor was shrouded in a layer of light that was more than 3 feet thick. This was the first time it had been activated to such a state. The long vine lashed out once again. The black light barrier trembled continuously, but no cracks appeared on it. It had blocked the attack by a hair's breadth. But even though the long vine did not strike Suyu again, it curled up in the air, wrapping around Suyu's body and pulling him down forcefully. That frightening power was unimaginably strong. Suyu had no way of resisting as he was pulled down mercilessly. At that moment, Suyu felt the world spin around him, and he was swallowed by the giant mouth. At the same time, the long, vine-like tongue extended out once again, sweeping past. Sanguis had already flown 10,000 feet away, escaping far away. But the tree vine spat out a beam of dark yellow light. It was like a chain that was 10,000 feet long. Sanguis's expression changed greatly. Similarly, he was unable to escape. With a furious shout, the chain wrapped around his calf. With a forceful pull, he was also sucked into the vine's stomach. In the blink of an eye, Suyu and Sanguis were both swallowed by the fairy realm monster. Gang Daily and Qin Jiuyang, who saw the scene, had already flown 100,000 feet into the sky in shock. They were carrying the weak and severely injured Yu Chan. The monster looked at the three of them coldly, but it could not do anything. It was as if it could not leave the grassland. 100,000 feet was beyond its attack range. But its eyes were still filled with excitement, and it closed its big mouth abruptly. At that moment, an extremely strong biting force exploded forth. Suyu was in the darkness, but he could clearly feel 2 rows of extremely sharp objects biting toward him. Crack! The Eternal Stone King armor let out a loud grinding sound. Sparks flew from the Eternal Stone King armor. The black light barrier let out a cracking sound at once. Cracks appeared once again, interweaving into a frightening spider web. Suyu was shocked. The Eternal Stone King armor was activated to its maximum, but it was almost bitten through. On the other side, Sanguis let out a pathetic groan. Even though his physical body was strong, under such a frightening biting force, his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. But the physical body of the fairy realm was ridiculously strong. Even though the skin and flesh of his torso were torn apart by the biting force, he was unable to completely bite through it. The giant ghostly face let out a ferocious sneer. A hint of pain could be seen on its face. It was obvious that it did not expect the thing it had eaten to be so hard. Its face was filled with anger, and it suddenly opened its mouth to let out a roar. But before Suyu and Sanguis could escape from its mouth, it suddenly took a deep breath. Under the great pressure, the breath was compressed into a frightening air current, engulfing Suyu and Sanguis. It wanted to swallow them into its stomach. Suyu's expression changed. He took out the golden scale dagger and stabbed it into the monster's flesh. He held onto the golden scale dagger tightly, unwilling to let go. Sanguis let out a low grunt, his hands forming claws, digging into the monster's flesh and holding it tightly. The giant monster's face suddenly revealed a pained expression, but it was more of an angry one. The monster let out a furious roar, its mouth once again forming a crack. But this time, it was not swallowing air. Instead, it was swallowing the nearby grassland. The grassland within a 1,000-mile radius collapsed abruptly. With the giant monster's mouth as the center, it formed a whirlpool that looked like a stream of water, pouring into its mouth. Su Yu, who was standing up once again, could not help but change his expression when he saw this scene. How could a human body defend against that mud-like torrent? Even Sanguis, who had the physical body of the fairy realm, had a drastic change of expression. Without hesitation, he ran toward the monster's stomach. Rumble, the mountain-like scene caused Su Yu's scalp to turn numb. He took out the golden scale dagger and jumped down as well. It was unknown what the true form of the monster was, but its throat was extremely deep. Su Yu fell from the sky for a long time, but he still could not find the bottom. After falling for half a cup of tea's time, Su Yu's soul eyes finally found the bottom. At this moment, the earth and gravel above his head came crashing down. With such a weight, Su Yu would definitely be crushed into a meat patty. With a glint in his eyes, Su Yu glided in the air toward the wall. He stabbed the golden scale dagger into the wall, his body sticking tightly to the surface of the wall. The endless gravel and soil seemed to be pouring down, brushing past Su Yu's body. The light barrier of the eternal Stone King armor on Su Yu's body flickered continuously, looking as though it was about to be destroyed. Luckily, the horrifying gravel came quickly and left quickly as well. Whoosh! A large number of gravel fell to the bottom, letting out a violent splashing sound. At once, a shocking stench filled the air. There was also a strong corrosive acid that swept toward him. One of the droplets landed on Su Yu's light barrier. With a creak, a hole the size of a needle's eye appeared on the light barrier. Su Yu was shocked. What a strong corrosive acid! Having recovered from the shock, Su Yu raised his head to observe his surroundings. This place was not dark, and he could faintly see his surroundings. First was the top of his head. Since he had fallen from above, he could consider going back if he wanted to get out. But upon closer inspection, he realized that there was a layer of blood-red light barrier 100 jong above their heads. When he had jumped down, he had not felt the existence of the light barrier. But now that he looked up, he discovered the blood-red light barrier. Su Yu flicked his finger and a bolt of spirit energy bombarded the light screen. A shocking scene ensued. The spirit energy that was shot out was reflected back at twice the speed. Su Yu's heart turned cold, hurriedly dodging to the side. Thump! A bloody hole appeared on the wall of flesh. What a strong rebound! This light barrier meant that whatever was swallowed into the stomach of the monster would not be able to return. Su Yu's heart sank. He was afraid that he was trapped in the strange object. With a flash of his eyes, Su Yu immediately surveyed his surroundings. To his surprise, he realized that the walls of flesh were like a sieve, with holes of all sizes. The smallest hole could fit a person, while the largest was 30 jong wide. Just as Su Yu was curious and was about to use his soul eyes to size it up, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was as if there was a knife at his back. Without thinking, Su Yu shifted 100 jong to the side. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air exploding could be heard at the spot where Su Yu had just stood. Looking back, he saw a blood-haired figure with a ferocious aura standing where Su Yu had been. Su Yu cursed inwardly. How could he have forgotten about Xue Ling? His heart continued to sink. He was trapped in such a narrow space, and there was no chance of him dodging. "H, you have a fast reaction," Xue Ling grunted indifferently. His lacerated injuries had miraculously healed by half. Other than a slightly abnormal expression on his face, he did not suffer any injuries at all. At this moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Good. Very good. You did not die in the mouth of the monster. Heaven wants me to personally take your life." Su Yu's pupils dilated. With a quick thought, he turned and entered a cave behind him. Chapter 468. The inside of the cave was pitch black, but to his soul eyes, it did not pose any obstruction. Su could clearly see everything that was happening in the cave. The cave was not long, and Su reached the end in just 10 steps. Only then did he realize that there were 5 or 6 smaller caves at the end of the cave. Without hesitation, Su took out his cloak and concealed his figure and aura. He then chose a small passageway in the middle and quickly entered it. As soon as he entered, Sanguis caught up to him at lightning speed. He stood in front of the 5 caves with an ominous glint on his face. Su's aura had completely disappeared, and the 6 passageways in front of him made it impossible for him to chase after him. With an unwilling expression, Sanguis left the cave and returned to the blood-red light screen. He would not put himself in danger again and again just to chase after Su. He had to leave this place as soon as possible to ensure his safety. After exiting the cave, Sanguis raised his head and looked up. He immediately exerted his spiritual energy and soared into the air, approaching the red light screen. Xueling's eyes flashed. He remembered that when Su used his spiritual energy to attack, he was injured. Naturally, he wouldn't rashly use spiritual qi again. Instead, he chose to use his physical body. Holding his breath, Sanguis gathered 10% of his strength into his right palm and punched. Bang! However, to Sanguis' surprise, he was repelled by a force that was twice as strong as before, sending him flying. With a muffled groan, a trace of blood flowed from his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Just 10% of his strength was already so terrifying. If he had used his full strength just now, he would have most likely died from the recoil. Sanguis looked at the blood-colored light screen with fear before shifting his gaze to the surrounding caverns. After pondering for a moment, he circulated 30% of his strength to bombard his physical body. The cave was blasted into a deep pit on the spot. But soon, Sanguis was stunned. Beyond the cave was not the outside world, but a kind of silvery white metal material. It was extremely hard and could not be shaken by the power in the slightest. Sanguis wore a bewildered expression. He tried several times, even exerting his strongest combat power, but to no avail. His expression finally turned serious, and he chose a few more places. After blasting them open, he discovered that the cave was filled with silver metal. The entire body of the monster was covered by this metal. With his strength, it was impossible for him to break through the flesh and escape. Damn it! It's all that damn kid's fault. If I wasn't distracted from killing him, how could this monster have gotten away with it? Sanguis's killing intent was extremely strong. If he had been more cautious before, there was no reason he wouldn't have noticed the monster approaching. The monster must have seen that Su and Xueling were focused on dealing with the other party. Hence, it chose to attack them. At the thought of this, Xueling's killing intent intensified. With a flicker of his pale eyes, Xueling returned to Su's escaping body unwillingly. Of the 5 caves, Zhongxian chose the rightmost one and entered it. It was only after Su had entered the passageway that he noticed Xiao Ru. The hole was connected to another piece of meat. The hole is connected, and the other flesh. The cave was connected to even more caves. These caves were connected to each other, densely packed and crisscrossing. They were all passages. After choosing several passages, Su couldn't even tell which direction he was heading in. Luckily, Su was relieved when he sensed that Xueling had not chased after him. After thinking for some time, Su found a corner and tried to blast open the wall of flesh. However, he got the same result as Xueling. There was a layer of extremely hard silver metal. What shocked Su was that the silver metal was terrifyingly tough, and he did not know what it was. The golden scale dagger, which could even leave a white mark on the eternal Stone King armor, showed signs of wear when it slashed against the silver metal. Su was in disbelief. Could the silver metal in the monster's body be even harder than the eternal Stone King armor? Su gave up on trying to break open the wall of flesh and focused on finding other exits. Just like that, Su traveled through the caves. After half a day, Su felt extremely tired after using his soul eyes for so long. Coupled with the continuous battles, from the ghosts in the evil Ghost Valley to the Ghost Prison Envoy and the Soul-Seizing Palace, he did not have enough rest. He felt extremely tired. I need to find a place to rest, Su muttered to himself. Suddenly, a fragrant scent, which made Suyu shudder, assaulted his nostrils. The fragrance was completely out of place in this dark, damp, and slightly bloody environment. Suyu's expression changed, carefully following the fragrance. Gradually, a spot of light appeared in front of him in the darkness. It was at the end of the tunnel. Suyu held his breath, cautiously touching the wall as he approached. When he arrived at the end, he realized that the spot of light was coming from outside the cave. Looking over, he was shocked to discover that outside the cave was actually a bright and beautiful valley. The valley was lush with greenery. Butterflies were flying, the grass was long, and the orioles were chirping. It was a peaceful and beautiful world bathed in sunlight. What a beautiful scene of spring! Suyu doubted his eyes. How could there be such a world in the monster's body? When he lifted his head to look, he saw that the wall of flesh above the valley was inlaid with countless crystals. It was these crystals that gave off a white glow, making the place look exceptionally bright. Moreover, from the center of the valley, there was an abundant amount of spirit energy, providing for the continuation and reproduction of life in the valley. Suyu clicked his tongue in wonder. Looking around, he realized that there was only the flesh that he was in. The cave led to this almost sealed valley. Filled with curiosity, Suyu carefully entered the valley. Standing on a small hill, Suyu was surprised to discover that there was a simple and crude thatched hut in the valley. The thatched cottage was half collapsed and decayed. It looked like it had been here for a long time. Around the thatched cottage was a man-made nursery. It looked like it had been planted with all kinds of food, but now it was overgrown with weeds. Those weeds were clearly ordinary grass, but they grew luxuriantly in the nursery. They were 10 times the size of ordinary weeds. And the spirit energy in this place came from the soil of the nursery. Obviously, this nursery was not an ordinary place. The soil was definitely extraordinary. After confirming that there was no danger, Suyu approached the thatched cottage and entered through a crack. Most of the items in the house had turned to dust over the years. The wooden tables and chairs had all decayed. There was only a stone bed, covered in dust. And on the stone bed, Suyu was shocked to discover that there was a fox's skeleton. It looked like it had been dead for a long time. Suddenly, Suyu's gaze turned serious. He realized that the fox's mouth was holding an emerald green round pillar. With a thought, Suyu took it down. What surprised Suyu was that the emerald green round pillar immediately emitted a ball of light. The ball of light shone in the air and transformed into a human figure. It was a snow-white fox. The fox's fur was white and spotless, and it emitted layers of white light. Its emerald green eyes were clear and clean, like the world's purest pupils. At this moment, it was peacefully lying on the ground. It was clearly a fox, but it gave Suyu a sense of nobility, holiness, and elegance. It was as if Suyu was looking at a beautiful human woman. "Someone has finally come." The fox suddenly spoke in the human language. Suyu was shocked. Was it a demonic beast of the demonic beast emperor level? No, even a demonic beast emperor would not be as intelligent as this fox. "What you see is an image left behind by me. No matter who you are, as long as you take my 9-jade spiritual pearl, you will become my successor and the master of this valley." Suyu was secretly surprised. An image? He did not bat an eyelid, continuing to listen. The soil of the nursery in the valley is the supreme growing soil, a treasure of the earth attribute. Regardless of whether it is for cultivation or for planting rare celestial plants that are difficult to survive, it has a unique effect. This nursery contains the accumulation of my life's worth of supreme growing soil. Every grain is extremely precious and can be exchanged for a fairy-level cultivation technique. Fated person, these are all yours now. Hearing this, Suyu gasped. Fairy-level cultivation technique. 1 grain of supreme growing soil could be exchanged for a fairy-level cultivation technique. Suyu could not believe his ears. This was an entire nursery. Suyu suddenly realized that he might have obtained a treasure that was beyond his imagination, but Suyu quickly calmed down. The fox was giving him his life's worth of savings. It was obviously not that simple. As expected. "As long as you promise me one thing, this place will be yours." The fox's voice was gentle. I want you to head to the demon realm and bring my remains back to the demonic fox clan. Also, wait for me to pass on the message that I have succeeded." Hearing this, Suyu was confused. What is the demonic dimension? If you agree, please drip a drop of your blood into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. This will form an oath. If you do not complete the task within 100 years, your body will explode and you will die. Hearing this, Suyu's expression changed. Although the supreme growing soil was precious, it was not to the extent that Suyu would risk his life for it. Furthermore, if he wanted to take the supreme growing soil, he could do it himself. Why did he need to sign an oath with a dead person? But the white fox was prepared. There is a seal in the supreme growing soil. If you do not sign the oath, you will not be able to move. Similarly, this 9 jade spiritual pearl, if you do not sign the oath, you will not be able to leave this thatched hut. Otherwise, it will explode and destroy the entire valley. This caused Suyu to hesitate for a moment. This fox was extremely strange, and most of what it had said was true. Thinking for some time, Suyu sank into deep thought. After a long time, he bit his teeth and sacrificed a drop of blood. 100 years. It was hard to say if he could live for 100 years. The treasure in front of him naturally had to be obtained first. After saying this, Suyu dripped his blood into the pearl, completing the contract. Within 100 years, he would deliver his remains to the demonic fox clan and pass on the message. He had succeeded. This caused Suyu to be a little confused. Congratulations, this valley is already yours. You can bring it along with you. A voice suddenly appeared in Suyu's mind. Chapter 469. At that moment, the 9 jade spiritual pearl in his palm suddenly became hot. Suyu wanted to throw it away, but the 9 jade spiritual pearl entered Suyu's palm with a whoosh. A pattern similar to the one in the 9 jade spiritual pearl appeared on his arm like a tattoo. Following that, the surrounding space disappeared. The beautiful spring valley had disappeared, and in its place was a spacious fleshy cave. Suyu was stunned. Where was the valley? What surprised Suyu even more was that he did not step out of the cave. Instead, he maintained the posture he had when he first discovered the valley, standing at the entrance of the cave and looking down. This was like a dream. Suyu could not help but wonder if he was hallucinating. At that moment, the voice appeared in his mind again. The 9 jade spiritual pearl is the world of the valley. You will know when you use your soul energy to enter the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Hearing this, Suyu released a bit of his soul energy into the 9 jade spiritual pearl with caution and curiosity. At that moment, the valley that had disappeared reappeared in front of him. This is. Suyu could not hide his surprise. At that moment, the gentle voice appeared in his mind again. The 9 jade spiritual pearl is a world of its own. Just now, your soul energy was sucked into it. Hearing this, Suyu was shocked. In other words, when he saw the valley just now, his soul energy had been absorbed into the 9 jade spiritual pearl, but he did not know it. What kind of divine ability was this? A demonic fox that had been dead for many years could actually set up such a divine ability. From now on, you only need to insert a bit of your soul energy to enter the world of the valley. You can also store some items in this world to replace the storage artifact. But you are still unable to bring the items in the valley out of the outside world. Because of the oath, you do not have complete control over the valley. If you complete the oath one day, the valley will belong to you completely, and everything will be under your control. Hearing this, Suyu creased his brows. That fox still had a trick up her sleeve. Would Suyu's plan to take out the supreme growing soil and exchange it for a treasure be foiled? But to be able to obtain such a huge storage artifact, Suyu was satisfied. The cosmos mirror was too small. Ever since he had entered the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, he had obtained many good items. With a thought, Suyu's soul entered the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Inside the pearl, he felt like he was in the real world, and he did not feel like his soul was just an illusory body. After thinking for a moment, Suyu tore down the thatched cottage and used the wood within it to build a wooden frame. Then, he placed most of the treasures into the heaven and earth mirror. As for the cosmos thunder sword, the 9 yin-yang formation, the ghost-suppressing golden ring, and the frost moon dew pills that could replenish spiritual chi, they were not placed in the valley. Suyu was still not very familiar with the 9 jade spiritual pearl. If something happened and he lost everything, it would be too late for him to cry. After doing all this, Suyu could finally stop and take a good rest. Feeling the lack of spiritual energy in his body, Suyu seized the opportunity to recover his spiritual energy. While he was recovering, Suyu did not forget to check his gains. The first was the ghost prison token of the ghost prison messenger. Suyu curiously took it out, as he had experienced the power of this object. The ghost prison envoy was clearly heavily injured, but after activating this object, it had the power of the fairy realm. After checking it, Suyu was slightly disappointed. The ghost prison token had already been refined. Unless he found a way to erase the imprint within it, Suyu would not be able to activate it. The second item was the purple sun incredible umbrella. Suyu was filled with anticipation. He took it out and immediately injected a drop of blood to refine it. At once, an unfamiliar message appeared in his mind. Purple sun incredible umbrella, a high-grade divine artifact, a fire-based treasure. It can release the powerful purple sun fire. The power and range of attack depend on the cultivation level of the wielder. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes glowed. A high-grade divine artifact. Moreover, it was an attack-type high-grade divine artifact. Suyu was overjoyed. The power of the umbrella was still vivid in his mind. Under the control of the white-haired youth, the purple sunfire that was released was even stronger than the fire origin. The power of this object was shocking. Suyu took a long time to calm the joy in his heart after obtaining another high-grade divine artifact. There was also a ghost crystal of the ghost prison envoy and a high-grade divine artifact, the divine flying ship. Suddenly, Suyu remembered the treasures that had appeared in the secret room of the transportation portal. Suyu had already confirmed the broken scripture and the broken sword, but there was one thing that he had not confirmed. Whoosh! A skeleton appeared in Suyu's palm. Suyu's eyes flashed, and a flame appeared on his fingertips. Under the brilliant flame, the shadow of the skeleton was reflected on the ground. As seen previously, the skeleton had 12 ribs, but the shadow on the ground only had 11. Suyu's gaze fixed on the third rib on the right. When the sunlight shone on the rib, it was as if it was shining on air, directly penetrating it. There was something wrong with this rib. Suyu's gaze flickered, his finger touching the rib. Strangely, his finger felt like it was real, and he could touch it. But the sunlight penetrated it. With a pensive expression, Suyu gripped it with force, trying to pry it open. But the owner of the skeleton was unknown, and its bones were unusually hard. Suyu could not pry it open even with the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. After trying for some time, Suyu gave up on using brute force. He thought for a moment, then tried to use his soul eyes to look through the rib to see if there was anything strange within it. However, when Suyu used his soul eyes and used his soul to see through things, a scene that shocked Suyu occurred. His soul had just touched the rib when a ferocious suction force suddenly appeared from within the rib, continuously sucking in his soul. In a short moment, 10% of Suyu's soul energy had been sucked away. This caused Suyu to be shocked. Soul energy was the foundation of a living being. Any damage to it would be disastrous. Losing 10% of his soul energy would cause unimaginable damage to Suyu. Perhaps, because of the permanent damage to his soul, he would forever be stuck in the martial paths. However, what happened next caused Suyu to be even more astonished. When Suyu wanted to stop, he realized that he could not. His soul was being sucked into the rib. As for the divine 9-dragon cauldron, it did not move and did not try to stop it. This caused Suyu's heart to sink. His vision gradually darkened, and he fell into a coma. When Suyu fainted due to the loss of a large amount of his soul energy, he heard the sound of something shattering. Then he fainted and lost consciousness. In his sleep, Suyu had a dream. There was an extremely warm energy that flowed continuously into his body. There was also an unfamiliar yet familiar aura that entered his soul. This dream seemed to last for a long time. When he woke up, Suyu's body was cold, his limbs stiff. It was obvious that he had slept for too long. I'm still alive. Suyu gradually woke up, his consciousness also becoming clearer. He suddenly remembered the rib from before and could not help but feel relieved. He stood up abruptly. This movement caused Suyu to jump in fright. His cultivation level, which had just broken through to Heaven Master not long ago, had strangely reached the level of Human King. There were as many as 2 spirit energy crystals in his dantian. His spirit energy had doubled. It was far stronger than before, causing Suyu to be overwhelmed with emotions. But what surprised him even more was that his soul energy, which had been severely depleted, had not only completely recovered, but was even stronger than before. Heaven's Sun gazing at air, soul transformation realm top class. Suyu was shocked. After his Heaven's Sun gazing at air had been cultivated to stage 1 upper class, it had not progressed any further. But now, it had broken through to stage 1 top class. Combined with his greatly increased soul energy, Suyu had, without a doubt, successfully broken through the shackles and reached soul transformation realm top class. According to the Heaven's Sun gazing at air, once he reached this stage, his soul could leave his body and fight. Just thinking about it made Suyu look forward to it. But why had such a change happened? Suyu hurriedly looked at the skeleton beside him. The rib had been split in half. His gaze turning serious, Suyu took out a pink scale from the cracked rib. It contained a very gentle energy. He felt a warm sensation on his palm. Wasn't this the same warmth he had felt in his dream? The shreds of energy in the scale penetrated his palm and entered Suyu's body. This startled Suyu. Wasn't this the energy that allowed him to break through to Human King? That's weird. Why would there be scales in the rib? Suyu was confused. However, now was not the time to look into it in detail. Judging from the stiffness of his body, he had been asleep for at least 10 days. He had to quickly think of a way to leave this place and meet up with Gang Daily and the rest to complete the mission. Otherwise, the Heart's Oath scroll would not be a joke. Leaving in a flash, Suyu searched aimlessly. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu had completely lost his sense of direction. But along the way, what surprised Suyu was that a few of the flesh walls seemed to have been ravaged by something. Large pieces of silver metal. Naked. It was exposed. And what made Suyu's pupils dilate was that a portion of the silver metal was damaged. Could this be caused by Xueling using the body of the fairy realm? Suyu was bewildered. But he did not know that even Xueling could not do anything to this silver metal. Suddenly, Suyu felt a ripple in the air. He used the cloak to conceal his aura and figure, moving stealthily. He walked out of a flesh tunnel. The scene in front of him suddenly widened. It was a similarly spacious area of flesh. The flesh walls here were very strange. The flesh was pale white, and in the center of the area, there was a bright blood-red pearl. The pearl released a very strong spiritual pressure. The energy it contained caused Suyu's pupils to dilate. Even a strong fighter of the fairy realm did not possess such energy. Suyu's eyes flashed with passion. This was definitely a great treasure, but Suyu quickly calmed down. Using his soul eyes, he could faintly feel that there was something extremely evil hidden within the pearl. An ominous feeling welled up in Suyu's heart, causing him to subconsciously retreat a few steps. After thinking for some time, Suyu gave up on the idea of attacking it. Chapter 470. Suyu's expression changed, rolling forward with the momentum. The place where he had been standing suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and the ground was smashed into pieces. There was a tall and sturdy figure at the spot where he had been standing. It was the red-haired, white-eyed Xueling. Suyu's heart shuddered. He had finally met him. Humph, you won't find your technique. Xueling let out a cold grunt, his figure becoming blurry. When he reappeared, he was already half a jong away from Suyu. Under his cold gaze, a giant fist smashed toward Suyu's chest. With the powerful body of the fairy realm, it was enough to kill Suyu on the spot. At the critical moment, Suyu retreated, taking out the purple sun incredible umbrella at the same time. After opening it, a frighteningly high temperature spread in all directions like a wave. The surrounding walls burned at once, turning into charcoal. The silver metal also became extremely hot, and the surrounding air began to burn in large swathes. Xueling, who had attacked with his fist, was caught off guard and was engulfed by the wave of flames. Suddenly, the hair on the surface of his body turned into black ash on the spot, and a stinging and scorching feeling spread throughout his body. With a grunt, Schweling retreated, his face filled with killing intent. "Using Junior's treasure to deal with me, you deserve to die." This was the first time Schweling had been forced to retreat. Su Yu held the umbrella with one hand, his other hand secretly taking out the ghost-suppressing golden ring. He said calmly, "You do not deserve to die for killing people, but I deserve to die for resisting. Don't you think it's a joke?" Schwelling's pale eyes were filled with deep hatred. "You dare kill a demon faction disciple? I will tear you into pieces." Suddenly, Schweling no longer charged into the purple sunfire. Instead, his pale eyes shot out two beams of white light. At once, there was a ripple in the air, but there were no changes. But with his soul eyes, Su Yu's pupils shrank. From within Schwelling's pale eyes, two transparent figures the size of fingers had crawled out. Those figures had disheveled hair, their expressions filled with hatred. Their bodies were filled with resentment. After crawling out from Schwelling's eyes, their figures grew rapidly, becoming an adult in the blink of an eye. But they were slightly blurry, as if they were about to dissipate. Their bodies were void, invisible to the naked eye. Only souls could see them. A ghost. Su Yu was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a human's ghost leave his body. Sangui's eyes had returned to their normal pitch-black color. Schweling feigned ignorance and confronted Su Yu from afar. As for the two ghosts, they ignored the flames that filled the sky and continued to walk toward Su Yu. When Su Yu approached them, he felt a chill run down his spine. These ghosts were soul bodies, objects at the mental level. No matter how powerful the purple sunfire was, it was still an attack at the physical level. Therefore, they were not afraid of ordinary physical attacks. On top of that, he was in his soul form, so ordinary people would not be able to sense him at all. Even if he were to appear right before them, they might not be able to detect him. Once these ghosts got close, they would immediately attack his soul. Su Yu's heart thumped slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. As he weaved signs with one hand, Su Yu's soul shook and left his body abruptly, appearing in the outside world. As expected, when he felt the purple sun fire on his soul, it only felt a little warm and didn't cause much harm. Creak, the expressions of the two ghosts, who were slowly crawling over, stiffened. It was obvious that they had not expected Su Yu's soul to suddenly leave his body. But very quickly, their eyes were once again filled with venomous emotions. With a roar, they pounced toward Su Yu. From the strength of their souls, they should have been half gods when they were alive. It was as if they had suffered cruel pain and hatred before their deaths. Hence, the ghosts after their deaths were extremely venomous. But no matter how strong their souls were, they were not as strong as Su Yu's soul, which was at the soul transformation realm. If he was not wrong, his current soul was comparable to that of the fairy realm. Compared to their fuzzy souls, Su Yu's soul was almost in a solid state. His facial features were clear, and his hair could be distinguished. Even the lines on his palm were extremely clear. In the eyes of the ghosts, Su Yu's soul body was exactly the same as his real body. The only difference was that they could not be seen by the naked eye. With a cold smile, Su Yu's soul took a big step forward. At this moment, the two souls attacked. Thump, with a dull thud, the two ghosts attacked Su Yu's body together, but a dull thud that only souls could hear was produced. Their attacks landed on Su Yu's body, as if they were hitting a copper wall. Not only did Su Yu not move, but the two of them were forced back. The venomous eyes of the two ghosts were replaced by terror. With a hoarse shriek, the two ghosts turned to escape. Su Yu's expression turned cold. He took a big step forward, landing a punch on each of their bodies. Pooh! The bodies of the two ghosts were blasted into pieces on the spot, turning into sparkling crystals, falling to the ground and disappearing without a trace. Feeling the crushing strength of his soul, Su Yu was secretly delighted. Thinking about it, the feelings that the two ghosts felt when they faced him was the same as when he faced the physical body of the fairy realm, Schweling. That kind of unrivaled strength could not be compensated for. At this moment, Schweling did not realize that his two ghosts had been killed. He also did not know that Su Yu's soul body was flying in front of him with a cold smile. In Xueling's eyes, he only saw Su Yu closing his eyes, his breath gone. Even his spirit energy gradually stopped circulating, and the surrounding purple sun fire gradually shrank. Just as Xueling was feeling suspicious, Xueling suddenly felt intense pain all over his body. It was not that he was injured, but that his soul was injured, bringing about intense pain in his body. Letting out a mournful and painful roar, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Xueling's forehead continuously. His facial features were contorted, and his originally ferocious face looked unusually ferocious. He was extremely shocked, not knowing what had happened. Suddenly, he was shocked, and his eyes were once again covered by a layer of paleness. Looking over, he realized that his two ghosts had disappeared without a trace. Moreover, a ghost that looked exactly like Su Yu had escaped from his body with a broken piece of his soul. Su Yu had forcefully torn apart a part of his soul. Xueling was extremely shocked, the soul of the fairy realm. Without hesitation, Xueling threw a punch. However, the punch passed through Su Yu's soul. A physical attack could not harm Su Yu's soul in the slightest bit. Taking advantage of the situation, Su Yu tore another piece of Xueling's soul with his big hand. At once, Xueling felt an intense pain from his soul, and he almost fell to the ground. His expression changed. How could he still dare to fight against the soul of the fairy realm? Glancing at Su Yu's body, he saw that it was still surrounded by the purple sun fire, unable to get close. Clenching his teeth, Xueling retreated unwillingly. Su Yu's soul did not give chase. His body did not have much protection. Once his soul left, his body would be destroyed, and he would become a lonely ghost. Whoosh! Su Yu's soul returned to his body, keeping the purple sun incredible umbrella. He was extremely satisfied that his soul had left his body to fight. Even though he had imagined that the heaven's sun gazing at air technique would not be so simple, when he had truly cultivated it to the point where his soul could leave his body to fight, it was actually this powerful. Even though Xueling's body was invincible, his soul was not as strong as Su Yu's, and he was still easily suppressed. However, Su Yu understood that he could not break Xueling's body, no matter what. Even if it was his soul, he could only tear it apart, causing irreparable damage to his soul. He was still far from the stage where he could easily destroy a person's soul. This battle could be said to be a draw. One had the physical body of the fairy realm, while the other had the soul of the fairy realm. Neither of them could defeat the other. Looking to his left and right, Su Yu kept his treasure and immediately flew to the other side. Before long, Su Yu discovered that a large number of walls had been ravaged. Many of the silver metals were missing. Su Yu had a thought, carefully looking for the ravaged flesh. A hole. Even though he could not accurately find the root of the ravaged flesh, he could roughly grasp the direction. Suddenly, a gust of cool wind blew past. It carried with it the fresh air of the outside world. Su Yu's expression turned serious. He followed the direction of the wind and quickly rushed over. In front of a wall, the golden metal had been forcefully broken open. A 5-jong tall tunnel that could only allow one person to pass through appeared. This tunnel led to the outside world. Su Yu was overjoyed. He bent down and quickly passed through the tunnel. Suddenly, Su Yu discovered that a pink scale had appeared in the tunnel. Why is there one here as well? Su Yu was extremely shocked, his eyes filled with confusion. However, he had to leave this place quickly. With a flash of his figure, Su Yu charged out of the monster's body. Within the monster's body, where Su Yu and Xueling had fought, Xueling returned. Sanguis returned with a nervous look on his face. He rushed to the spacious wall and hastily looked at the blood-red bead. Seeing that it was still there, his expression relaxed. Luckily, that kid's eyesight is not that good. It looks like he did not realize that this red, round ball is the monster's crystal core. If I take it out, the monster will definitely die. The energy contained within this crystal core is beyond imagination. If I can bring it back to the soul-seizing palace, I will definitely be rewarded handsomely. After saying this, Xueling flew near the blood-red, round ball. His eyes were filled with greed, and he took out a jade shovel from his sleeves. Luckily, after digging for 10 days, I will be able to dig out the crystal core very quickly. At that moment, the walls around the crystal core had been dug out. Only a thin layer was left, and the crystal core could be taken out. After digging with the shovel, Schwelling finally dug out the crystal core. With a toss, the crystal core fell. Schwelling had a delighted expression, and he grabbed it in his palm. Just as he was about to observe it carefully, he suddenly had a strange expression. The round ball suddenly expanded and shrunk, like a breathing heart. Within the round ball, a red light circulated, causing the whole ball to turn dark red. Schwelling's expression changed. He knew that something was amiss, and he immediately threw away the strange crystal core. However, all of a sudden, a red thread that was as thin as a hair shot out from the round ball and wrapped itself around Schwelling's wrist. Crack! A shocking scene appeared. Schwelling, who had the physical body of the fairy realm, had his wrist wrapped around, and with a cracking sound, his wrist was cut off. The wound was extremely neat, and it was as smooth as a mirror. This was the physical body of the fairy realm. The physical body of a half-god, which did not even leave a single wound on it, had its wrist sliced off by a red thread so easily. Schwelling could not help but let out a shrill cry. His expression changed drastically, and he retreated frantically. Creak! However, from the round ball, hundreds of blood-red threads shot out suddenly, wrapping themselves around Schwelling. After that, a soft sound, like tofu being cut, could be heard. Schwelling did not even have the time to scream before he was cut into hundreds of pieces of minced meat. The blood-red threads wrapped themselves around him, pulling all of his flesh back into the blood-red, round ball. The dignified Schwelling, who had a physical body of the fairy realm, had died just like that. In the outside world, Su Yu, who was flying high up in the sky, suddenly felt an evil aura exploding forth. He could not help but turn his head to take a look. However, what he could see was a seemingly normal grassland, as well as a hole that had been broken open. Brother Black Snow, this is great. You are not dead. Suddenly, a surprised voice could be heard from high up in the sky. It was Gang Daily and Qin Jiuyang, holding onto their jade pendants, patiently waiting within the cluster of clouds. Sensing that Su Yu had come out, they were overjoyed. Su Yu let out a smile, welcoming them. Black Snow, you are too lucky. You stayed in there for a full 10 days. Brother Daily and I thought you were dead. The two of them looked at Su Yu as if they were looking at a monster. Su Yu said resentfully, I was just lucky. If not for the situation, I might have died in the mouth of that monster. This is not a good place to talk. Schwelling will come out soon. Let's leave quickly. Summoning the divine flying ship, the three of them broke through the air and left. On the flying ship, Su Yu said, Where is Miss Yu-chan? She has gone to meet up with her senior, Gang Daily said. She has already left. Su Yu nodded. That is good. We can carry out our mission now. Brother Daily, is it time for you to tell us where to go and what to find? Hearing this, Gang Daily's expression turned serious. Since we are at the 7th level of the Divine Pavilion, it is time to tell you. Master nurtured me so that I could enter the 7th level of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion to find a divine herb called the Thunder Herb. This herb only grows in the Great Hall of Thunder of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. It naturally contains the power of thunder and is abnormally tough. If it can be made into armor, it can defend against the thunder of the heavenly disaster. Hearing this, Su Yu was excited. When he had broken through to Heaven Master, Su Yu had personally experienced the murderous intent of heaven toward him. That time, it had been a narrow escape. Now, there was still a lump of disastrous thunder in his body, which had become a huge problem. Hence, he had to use all his lightning-based techniques to suppress the disastrous thunder to prevent it from exploding. He was not far from breaking through to the fairy realm. At that time, the heavenly disaster would be even more frightening. He had to start preparing to deal with the heavenly disaster. The thunder herb in front of him was a good choice. Even the sloppy old man had specially searched for it. It could be seen how effective the herb was in resisting the disastrous thunder. Master's target is 9 thunder herbs. If there are more, I can give them to you. Gang Daily seemed to know what the two of them were thinking. Su Yu nodded. Of course. If that is the case, let's set off quickly. According to the records, we are not far from the corpse grassland. We should be there soon. Su Yu nodded. He adjusted his direction and flew toward the Great Hall of Thunder. One day passed. Amidst the thousands of green mountains, a mountain floated in the air. On the mountain, there were many ancient and magnificent palaces, standing majestically. Waves of ancient aura were emitted from the palaces, which had mottled walls and dim tiles. A feeling of the passage of time, like the river of the world, swept over. Around the mountain, there were dozens of Chinese feet of thunderbolts circling it, emitting a tyrannical aura of destruction. On the mountain 1,000 feet away, Yu Chan had a respectful expression. She was carefully explaining something to a white-robed young man who was sitting cross-legged on a green rock. After listening, the white-robed young man slowly opened his eyes. His gaze caused the air to ripple and the mountain to tremble. His eyes, which were calm like an ancient well, were so sharp. Xueling. I will remember this. After I leave the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, I will settle the score with him. The people of the returning principal palace are not so easily bullied. Hearing this, Yu Chan was secretly delighted. The man in front of her was a disciple of the outside sanctum of the returning principal palace, Yang Yidao. He was ranked near the top. His battle abilities were not much weaker than Xueling's. The leader of the returning principal palace was Yang Yidao. In the mysterious heavenly battle, he was ranked near the top and was allocated to the 7th level. Yu Chan and the rest were allocated to the 6th level. That was why Yu Chan and the rest had rushed to the 7th level to meet up with him. But is the matter of meeting the ghost prison envoy true? Yang Yidao suddenly said seriously. Hearing this, Yu Chan nodded. It is absolutely true. I would definitely not mistake the ghost prison token that the other party took out. Yang Yidao's tone was serious. This matter needs to be reported to the palace. The ghost prison envoy is not extinct. If this matter were to spread, it would cause a commotion. Since the ghost prison envoy appeared, the deaths of Yang Jian and the other two cannot be blamed on you. They were lucky to be alive. Yes, Senior Yidao. Yu Chan bowed in acknowledgement. She then hesitated. But Yang Jian and the other two are dead. Without the three of them, it would be difficult to make it past the 5 elemental divine thunder stage. Hearing this, Yang Yidao let out a grunt. They only came to form the 5 elemental formation. Most of the people from the 18 blessed and heavenly lands were transported to the 6th and 7th levels. With the reputation of the returning principal palace, would we not be able to recruit a few wandering martial artists? Even if they wanted to come, I might not be willing. Yang Yidao let out a grunt. The deaths of Yang Jian and the other two made him unhappy. Yu Chan was speechless. Just at this moment, 3 figures appeared in the sky, flying over here at lightning speed. They were Su Yu and the other two, who had kept the divine flying ship. Hey! Yang Yidao glanced to the side, his gaze turning cold. Yu Chan was shocked. Why is it them? Yang Yidao was surprised. Oh! Are the 3 wandering martial artists who worked together to deal with the ghost prison envoy? Observing them from afar, Yang Yidao said indifferently, 2 half-gods. One of them has an inhuman aura, and the other is a human king. Their abilities are passable, but I do not know if they have the right to form the 5 elemental formation. Go, let them come over. Out of respect for you, I'll let them off lightly. However, I want to test their approximate strength first. If their strength isn't up to par, losing their lives would be a small matter, but it would affect our safety. Yang Yidao waved his hand. His words weren't very courteous. Who asked Su Yu and the other two to be wandering martial artists? Without a faction, without anyone to rely on, it was normal for them to be looked down upon. Yu Chan was elated. Thank you, Senior Yidao. They will not disappoint you. In her eyes, it was a great favor for Su Yu and the other wandering martial artists to be taken care of by the outside sanctum disciples of the returning principal palace. Chapter 471. Su Yu and the other two had long noticed the presence of Yu Chan and an unfamiliar fighter. Hence, they slowed down. Brother Daily, this woman's goal is the same as ours. Qin Jiuyang said hesitantly. Will this affect our plan? The 3 of them were surprised to meet Yu Chan here. What we should be worried about is not Yu Chan, but that person. Su Yu looked at the white-robed youth sitting cross-legged on the green rock. He gave Su Yu a dangerous feeling, probably on par with Xueling Gang Daily's gaze also fell on the white-robed youth, his brows creasing. That man is very strong. Even if we worked together, we might not be his match. The sudden appearance of the white-robed youth gave Su Yu and the other two a huge pressure. The three of you, we meet again. Yu Chan had a joyous expression, turning to look at Su Yu. Her eyes lit up. Congratulations, Sir Black Snow, for coming out of that monster's body alive. She was secretly shocked. She had never thought that Su Yu would be able to escape from the body of a fairy realm monster alive. Combined with their previous battle experience, Yu Chan did not dare underestimate this heaven master. Oh, you've broken through. Congratulations on your great improvement in abilities. Yu Chan had just noticed that Su Yu's body was emitting the aura of a human king. She was secretly shocked. Not only did Su Yu not die, he had benefited from his misfortune, obtaining such a great opportunity. Even in the world of JoJo, breaking through from Heaven Master to Human King required a long period of time. Only a place like the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion could create such an unbelievable miracle. Even though Yu Chan was shocked, she did not suspect anything. Su Yu smiled and returned the greeting. I was just lucky. I did not expect to meet Miss Yu Chan here. Hearing this, Yu Chan asked bluntly, is your goal the Great Thunder Palace? Gang Daily calmly glanced at the white-robed man, extremely fearful. I did not expect us to have the same goal as Miss Yu Chan. The three of them maintained a slight distance from Yu Chan, able to attack or retreat. You saved me, Yu Chan said helplessly. I will not bite the hand that feeds me. I am here to bring you good news. Qin Zhuoyang said warily, please speak. That is the outer court disciple of my origin returning palace, Yang Yidao. He is the leader of this trip to my origin returning palace. If you want to successfully enter, my senior can help you. It was not difficult to hear the deep admiration she had for Yang Yidao from Yu Chan's words. Su Yu furrowed his brows, then turned his gaze toward Gang Daily. After all, he was the leader of this trip. Gang Daily was also very hesitant. According to their original plan, they would barge into the Thunder Palace on their own to look for the Thunder Herb. If they conspired with Yang Yidao, whose strength was unfathomable, they would not be able to control themselves. However, if they rejected him now, how could Yang Yidao tolerate them entering the Thunder Palace to compete? Driving them away was a light punishment, but if they were vicious and merciless, it was highly possible that they would be killed on the spot. After thinking hard for a long time, Gang Daily did not have a choice. The only thing he could do now was to enter it first. All right, thank you. Gang Daily cupped his hands in response. Yu Chan seemed to understand their doubts. She let out a smile and said, you can be at ease. With Senior Yidao around, your safety is guaranteed. As for the rewards after you enter, it will depend on your own abilities. Her words sounded extremely fair, but what could they use to depend on their own abilities with Yang Yidao? If he insisted on snatching the treasures that they had discovered, what could they do to him? However, since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. They pretended not to know and flew over with Yu Chan. When the three of them arrived in front of Yang Yidao, he opened his eyes. His eyes glowed, and he struck a palm toward Gang Daily without warning. Gang Daily was slightly shocked. He used both his arms to block his chest. At the same time, his spirit energy surged, forming two layers of defense. Thump, with a dull thud, the spirit energy barrier on the surface of Gang Daily's body was torn apart like a piece of paper. The punch, which did not seem powerful enough, broke through the barrier and struck Gang Daily's arms. There was a dull sound of flesh hitting flesh. Gang Daily's expression changed and he retreated a few steps. His eyes were filled with shock. After Yang Yidao's punch, he retracted his fist, slightly satisfied. Take 3 steps back. Your body is not bad. Pass. After saying this, his body moved like lightning, pointing a finger toward Qin Zhuoyang, who was beside him. Qin Zhuoyang did not even think, grabbing a strand of hair with the back of his hand. He weaved signs with one hand, quickly casting a curse technique. Qin Jiuyang's hair immediately appeared on Yang Yidao's finger. However, before he could leave a shallow mark, Yang Yidao's lips curled up. With a flick of his finger, the shallow mark was flicked away on the spot. Qin Jiuyang's expression turned pale. He grunted, revealing a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His finger touched Qin Jiuyang's chest without any hindrance. However, he retracted his strength at the last moment, his face filled with disappointment. Although the curse technique is strange and hard to defend against, it is obvious that you have not mastered it. You can only barely pass. Finally, he shot a glint toward Su Yu. Junior Yu Chan has many praises for you. Let me see how capable you are. In terms of true abilities, Su Yu might not lose to Yang Yidao in a direct confrontation. However, it was obvious that Su Yu would not easily reveal his trump card. Whoosh! Yang Yidao's two fingers formed a sword, forming the shape of a blade. His eyes shone with a sharp light, and his fingers were like a long, biting cold knife, as he slashed at Su Yu's seemingly calm figure in the air. Creak! At once, the air rippled. The surrounding spirit energy was dispersed violently under the pressure. It was clearly a normal finger, but it had an extraordinary power. At the same time, a 5-jong illusory shadow suddenly appeared, slicing toward Su Yu. Yu Chan's expression changed. Senior Yidao actually used a shred of blade will. Su Yu was clearly the weakest, but young Yidao had used an even stronger probing attack. Seeing this, Su Yu's expression was calm, not showing any signs of panic. Without thinking, he weaved signs with both hands. The pale white ice origin gushed out from his abdomen, turning his clone into a ball of dark green flames. One white and one red, two extreme energies circled around each other, illuminating the surroundings. At the same time, Su Yu weaved signs with one hand again. The two spirit energy crystals in his body released a large amount of spirit energy, forming a defensive light barrier on the surface of his body. Creak! The shadow of the blade sliced down, colliding with the energy ball formed by the ice and fire. With a soft sound, the ice ball was extinguished, followed by the fireball. The shadow of the blade sliced past without stopping. The blade had yet to reach Su Yu, but the defensive light barrier of spirit energy on the surface of Su Yu's body flickered under the pressure, looking like it was in imminent danger. Su Yu's expression was calm. He did not expect to easily block his opponent's blade. With a thought, the bronze mask on his face glowed with a clear light, a sign that he was about to activate the eternal mask. The reflection dispersed abruptly. It was young Yidao who had taken the initiative to stop. He looked at Su Yu in disappointment. Your reputation is exaggerated. Your cultivation level is too low, and the origin that you have comprehended is not pure. It seems like you have relied on your two companions to obtain consecutive victories throughout the journey. But you barely pass. I did not expect you to receive that blade. Young Yidao withdrew his blade intent, regaining his composure. Su Yu shrugged nonchalantly, keeping the treasure he was about to use. Friend, what do you mean? Gang Daily was a little dissatisfied. Young Yidao naturally said, I am young Yidao. I believe you have heard of my name. After the simple test just now, you have barely met the requirements. Now, follow me into the Thunder Palace. This Emperor Thunder Mountain is filled with all sorts of lightning seals. If you do not wish for any accidents to occur and die here, you had better listen to my orders. Do not act recklessly and invite a fatal disaster upon yourself. Do not blame me for ignoring you. Hearing this, Su Yu shuddered. Was the mountain floating in the air, filled with an ancient aura, the Thunder Emperor Mountain? Su Yu was extremely shocked as he looked at the mountain. This was because the thunderbolts in his dantian, regardless of whether it was the purple thunderbolts he had cultivated or the suppressed disastrous thunderbolts, were all restless and eager to break out of Su Yu's body and return to the Thunder Mountain. It was as if there was something within the mountain that could command them. If there are no objections, let's set off now. Young Yidao rubbed his left index finger with his right palm. A black jade ring on his index finger glowed with a dim light at once. In front of him, 5 round pearls, each 5 jong in size, appeared out of thin air. Red, orange, yellow, blue, and purple. Each of the round pearls had a different color, forming 5 different colors. This is the dry cloud 5 elemental formation, Yang Yidao said. It can trap and defend, and is especially effective against lightning. The three of you, each stand on a ball and insert spirit energy to activate it. Only then can we safely enter the Thunder Emperor Mountain and enter the Great Thunder Palace. Hearing this, Su Yu's eyes heated up. A formation that could counter lightning? Gang Daily also had a similar expression. Wasn't the sloppy old man searching for a treasure that could counter lightning? The treasure in front of him, Humph. Remember, this formation requires 5 people to control it at the same time. The spirit energy must not stop for even a moment. Otherwise, the formation will break apart immediately. At that time, Junior Yu-chan and I will be able to protect ourselves in the depths of the Thunder Emperor Mountain. However, the 3 of you might not be so lucky. Hearing this, Su Yu restrained the heat in his eyes. At the same time, all of you must be careful when using this dry cloud 5 elemental formation. Do not damage it. I borrowed this formation from an uncle of the returning principal palace. You will not be able to bear the consequences if it is damaged. Yang Yidao was not courteous. Su Yu and the other 2 were secretly shocked. Yang Yidao was already so powerful, close to the level of the fairy realm. The uncle he spoke of must be extraordinarily powerful. In other words, the grade of this dry cloud 5 elemental formation must be extremely high. At the very least, it was not below a high-grade divine artifact. In fact, it might even be a half-manufactured spiritual artifact. Thinking of this, Su Yu was even more tempted. Set off. Yang Yidao gave a low grunt, landing on a purple ball with a flash. Chapter 472. Each of the 5 balls was 30 feet apart from each other, forming a circular formation. Under Yang Yidao's command, the 5 of them imbued spirit energy into the balls at the same time. At once, the 5 balls exploded with a brilliant spirit light, forming a 5-colored light beam that enveloped the circular formation. Su Yu and the others were also protected by the light beam. Whoosh! Under Yang Yidao's control, the 5 balls maintained the circular formation, slowly flying toward the Thunder Emperor Mountain. At another location, Long Wuxin and Qin Xiana, who had not been seen for 10 days, were running for their lives in anger. Their figures were in a sorry state, the spirit light on the surface of their bodies dim, their auras weak. Sister Wuxin, is that outer sanctum disciple a lunatic? Why does he keep chasing us? We escaped from the Fairy King's ruins with much difficulty and obtained many treasures and resources. We were just about to find a quiet place to digest them. To think that we would meet such a bad person. Qin Xiana was full of grievances. Long Wuxin's expression was grave. The first time he chased us might have been an accident. But the second time he chased us, I'm afraid we have been targeted by him. I don't know what we did that attracted his attention. Qin Xiana wrinkled her nose, fiercely waving her small fist. Humph! Wait until I have refined the legacy of the Fairy King, then I will teach him a lesson. Long Wuxin sighed. Let's escape successfully first. At another location, the people of the 4 great ancient clans appeared in a giant stone forest. Near the stone forest, blood splattered and corpses littered the ground. There were dozens of them. At the center of the stone forest, there were hundreds of people surrounding a giant black and white formation, in a chaotic confrontation. Among the 4 great ancient clans, the pretty lady revealed a playful and disdainful expression. All of you want to go to the 8th level? Humph, forget about the few top half-gods. But the ordinary half-gods and a group of human kings are simply too greedy and seeking their own death. Lady, what should we do? Shi Jie stood respectfully at the side. Sheng Ji let out a cold laugh. Of course, let them kill each other first. Once they have killed enough, I will go over. Even though they are unsightly, there are quite a number of them. I am in a weakened state and cannot fight them head-on. At the same time, I also obtained a few ghost path treasures from the Crying Ghost Mountain, which I can use to treat my injuries and recover my battle power to the fairy realm. Sheng Ji's face was filled with hatred. Humph! I will remember the favor of that palm strike from that old thing. And that damned Black Snow Devil King, don't let me meet him. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. 100,000 feet away, on a mountain, A purple-robed person stood in the wind. It was the Ghost King, Bai Chi. Master, let's wait for them to finish killing before we go over. There are too many of them. If they discover that I'm an evil spirit, I'm afraid they'll attack me together and expose you, Master. Hearing this, a soft sound of acknowledgement came from the painting in his bosom. A hint of cunning flashed across Bai Chi's eyes. A hint of worry unconsciously appeared between his brows as he muttered, I wonder if that brat will rush to the 8th level of the Divine Pavilion. Thunder Emperor Mountain. A 5-colored light pillar approached the Thunder Emperor Mountain slowly. When it was 500 feet away from the Thunder Emperor Mountain, a lightning arc suddenly shot out from the Thunder Emperor Mountain. Its power was not weaker than that of a Heaven Master. When it struck the 5-colored light pillar, it did not even cause a ripple. When it was 300 feet away, a lightning bird with power comparable to that of a human king flew over. Its body was covered in raging flames and it struck the Thunder Emperor Mountain fiercely. However, with a creak, the lightning bird disintegrated into fine lightning arcs on the spot. As for the 5-colored light pillar, there were no changes. It was 100 feet away. Finally, a low roar could be heard from the Thunder Emperor Mountain. A 3-jong tall lightning tiger with a pair of lightning wings on its back roared as it charged over. A half-god. Moreover, it was an attack from a top-notch half-god. From the body of the giant tiger, Su Yu felt an aura similar to that of Long Wuxin and Yu Chan roar. With a furious roar, the giant tiger struck the 5-colored light pillar fiercely. What was surprising was that the 5-colored light pillar still did not have any movement. Instead, the giant tiger, which had half of its body destroyed, turned into lightning again and returned to the Thunder Emperor Mountain. Finally, the 5-colored light pillar arrived at the Thunder Emperor Mountain. However, there was no attack. Just as the few of them heaved sighs of relief, Yang Yidao, who had a tense expression, let out a sigh of relief. Our luck is not bad. The lightning spirit of the Thunder Emperor Mountain seems to still be in a deep sleep. Lightning spirit? One did not even need to think to know that it was an extremely dangerous object. From Yang Yidao's slightly relaxed tone, one could tell that he was wary of the lightning spirit. All right, said Yang Yidao. You can temporarily remove the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. Before we reach the Thunder Palace, there will be no more danger. Now, I need to prepare some items to enter the Thunder Palace. All of you can move around freely. Apart from the Thunder Palace, you can go anywhere you want. After hearing what was said, the 4 of them split up immediately. Su Yu locked onto a relatively old palace that was in ruins. After entering, he realized that the items within had already been plundered by someone. It was obvious that it was not the first time that someone had entered the Thunder Emperor Mountain. In the past 100 years, it had been invaded countless times. Looking at the wall that had been scraped off, then looking at the ground that had been dug 3 feet into the ground, Su Yu blushed with shame. They had really dug 3 feet into the ground. After which, he spent half a day entering the palace one after another. The results were quite depressing. Other than 1 or 2 spiritual plants that had some spiritual energy, there were no other gains. Looking at them from afar, their faces were also ghastly pale. They must have been angered by the activity of digging 3 feet into the ground. As such, all the buildings in the palace were searched once, and there were no gains. In the end, Su Yu stood in front of a palace that was not small. After finding nothing, he gave up on the search and prepared to return. Suddenly, Su Yu realized that at a corner of the palace, there was a strange creature that was looking at him coldly. It was a catfish. Its whole body was sticky and soft, and there was a red cockscomb on its head. Putting aside what kind of strange fish it was, this fish was actually on land. Did it not need to live in the water? With a thought, Su Yu extended his hand and wanted to grab it. However, the catfish drilled into the ground and disappeared into thin air. Using his soul eyes to probe, he realized to his surprise that there seemed to be a spacious underground secret room 1,000 feet underground. It was in a completely sealed state, and there were no signs that it had been opened before. Su Yu's expression changed, and he revealed a surprised expression. For such a secret underground room, there had to be an extremely important item of the Thunder Emperor Mountain. However, there were many people present, and Su Yu naturally would not probe it. The four of them gathered again and looked at one another. They did not need to talk to know that they had no gains. The only thing we can count on is the Thunder Palace. This palace is the main palace of the Thunder Emperor Mountain. Because of its special defense, it has never been opened. If we can succeed in this trip, our gains will definitely not be small. Yu Chan had a look of anticipation. At that moment, Yang Yidao suddenly woke up from his seclusion. The ring on his index finger glowed with a dim light. Once again, as if he was performing a magic trick, a purple flower appeared in his hand. Within the flower, there was a huge amount of vital energy. It was clearly a nameless blue flower that was as thick as a finger, but it filled the surrounding 100 feet with extremely dense vital energy in an instant. The vital energy was so dense that it seemed to be in a liquefied state. Taking a small breath, Suyu took in a large amount of vital energy. The tyrannical vital energy was not something that an immortal realm martial artist could bear. Suyu felt an explosive pain in his body. He was shocked, and he held his breath hurriedly, expelling the vital energy from his body. Gang Daily and Qin Joyang had the same reaction as Suyu, faintly revealing astonished expressions. What kind of flower was that? Even the vital energy crystal on the Eternal Stone King armor did not have such frightening vital energy. Soul-suppressing orchid. Yu Chan cried out in alarm. Senior Yidao, this is an important treasure that you need to make a breakthrough to the fairy realm. Are you going to take it out and use it? Yang Yidao's gaze turned serious, and he spoke in a low voice. For 100 years, no one has been able to open the Thunder Palace, and the reason is because of the 5 elemental divine thunder. Only by using the great amount of vital energy contained within this object, and by activating the dry cloud 5 elemental formation to its maximum, will there be hope of breaking through the 5 elemental divine thunder and entering. After all, the dry cloud 5 elemental formation was his uncle's treasure, and it had already been refined. If he did not insert a great amount of spiritual artifact, he would not be able to unleash its greatest power. Yu Chan felt that it was a pity, and her eyes could not leave the soul-suppressing orchid. This soul-suppressing orchid is a treasure that Senior obtained from the faction with a clue of a fairy-level cultivation technique. For this, you even offended a divine master uncle. It's not worth it for Senior brother to give up just like that for the sake of the Thunder Hall. Yang Yidao was also a little reluctant to part with the soul-suppressing orchid. With a low tone, he said, if it was possible, I wouldn't want to do it either. However, I have already failed to break through once. This time, my teacher said that there is a high possibility of triggering the heavenly tribulation. I have to find the thunder herb and weave it into a lightning-repelling armor. Otherwise, what's the use of having the soul-suppressing orchid? Hearing this, Suyu and the other two secretly exchanged glances. The worst-case scenario had occurred. The other party was only doing this for the thunder herb. It would be hard to avoid a fierce battle later. In the outside world, the value of one thunder herb is not lower than the soul-suppressing orchid. If I can obtain 2 or more thunder herbs, I might not necessarily suffer a loss, Yang Yidao added. Yu Chan pondered for a while, then sighed and said, I hope so. Yang Yidao stood up and summoned the dry cloud 5 elemental formation again. Everyone, come up. The group of people once again stood on top of the sphere. They were all the spheres that they originally belonged to. Under his control, the dry cloud 5 elemental formation flew to the most majestic hall, the Thunder Hall. This palace was completely different from the other palaces in the ruins. Not only was it well preserved, but it was also surrounded by 5-colored lightning. Standing in front of the giant palace, Suyu felt an oppressive feeling, as if he was facing a giant prehistoric beast. It was as if there was an extremely frightening thing in the hall. An ominous feeling welled up in Suyu's heart. But there was no time to hesitate. Yang Yidao held the soul-suppressing orchid in his hand and controlled the spell to approach the Thunder Hall. A thunderous roar could be heard. 10 5-colored lightning bolts roared and turned into 10 ferocious monsters of different shapes and sizes. What was frightening was that they were the auras of top-notch half-gods. With a furious roar, the 10 ferocious monsters charged forward, roaring. Finally, ripples began to appear on the calm 5-colored light pillar. Suyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They blocked it so easily. But at that moment, the 10 monsters turned into lightning again and fused together. At once, a shocking spiritual pressure assaulted them. A frightening power that was close to the fairy realm gradually spread. But the lightning turned into a 3-jong-tall giant, looking down at Suyu and the rest coldly, speaking in the human language, "Those who trespass the forbidden grounds shall die." After saying this, the giant's body surged forward. Only Xueling and Yang Yidao had such an oppressive aura, but Yang Yidao's expression was calm, not even looking at him. Instead, he stared at the 5-colored lightning surrounding the Thunder Hall. Thump! As the giant charged forward, the 5-colored light ring flickered continuously. The instructor's ball let out a whimper, showing signs of being destroyed. At that moment of crisis, the 5-colored lightning around the palace suddenly danced wildly. As if they had been summoned, they gathered together, transforming into a 300-jong-tall giant. The giant wore a cloak and had a crown on his head. He sat majestically at the back of the hall. A pair of eyes surrounded by 5 colors spat out the aura of a king, looking down at them coldly. Thump! With that look, the 5-colored light pillar was destroyed on the spot. Suyu and the rest of them all suffered a slight backlash, and their faces were filled with terror. "Divine Master!" Gang Daily gasped, his expression turning pale with fright. The king-like giant said coldly, "You have trespassed on my forbidden grounds. What are your crimes?" Chapter 473. Raising their heads to look at the figure of an emperor, everyone felt so stifled that they found it hard to breathe. Was this really the aura of a divine master? Just by standing in front of him, he was already so oppressive. If he were to make a move, wouldn't the 5 of them be instantly annihilated? Hold your breath and focus, don't be deceived by external appearances. At this time, a deafening rebuke resounded in everyone's ears. It was Yang Yidao. His expression was calm as he covered his voice with spiritual energy, jolting everyone back to their senses. This isn't the Thunder Emperor himself, but the 5-elemental divine lightning that he left behind. It contains the effect of confusion. Yang Yidao stared at the 5-elemental divine lightning and said slowly, "Confusion?" Suyu came to a sudden realization. If there really was a terrifying existence like the Divine Master, it would not be their turn to barge into the Thunder Emperor Mountain. With that, Yang Yidao crushed the soul-suppressing orchid in his palm. With a cracking sound, this precious herb that was filled with boundless true qi was destroyed just like that. At the same time, a surge of liquefied junqi gushed into the 5 lightning orbs. In an instant, the broken 5-colored light curtain lit up again, and it was more than 10 times stronger than before. Humph! The 300-jong-tall monarch snorted coldly. Those cold eyes with 5-colored lightning circling them looked over once more. Instantly, the 5-colored light screen trembled violently, and the 5 balls whimpered incessantly, showing signs of cracking again. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Even the dry cloud 5-elemental formation showed signs of cracking after sacrificing a soul-suppressing orchid. Is the 5-elemental lightning really so powerful? Barge in. The dry cloud 5-elemental formation won't last for long. Yang Yidao revealed a serious expression. He formed a seal with one hand, and the 5 round balls spun around and charged toward the giant door of the Great Thunder Hall. Humph! The monarch snorted coldly again and grabbed downward with his 5 fingers. In an instant, the dry cloud 5-elemental formation was enveloped by a palm made of 5-colored lightning, and it suddenly came crashing down. Kai, the dry cloud 5-elemental formation clashed violently with the palm, and the 5-colored pillar of light was unable to withstand the immense pressure as a cracking sound rang out. Suyu's eyes were sharp, and he noticed that the light screen formed by the blue ball that he was in had started to crack. At the same time, the blue ball beneath Suyu's feet dimmed rapidly. From the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Even if the 5-elemental Divine Thunder Emperor was not a divine master, it was definitely not an ordinary fairy. Danger was imminent, and the 5 of them were in danger of being annihilated in an instant. Yang Yidao's expression changed drastically. Not good. The 5-elemental Divine Thunder's power was even stronger than what was rumored, and it was already very close to the Divine Master realm, which meant that it had reached the level of a late-stage fair. Quick, if you have any true qi, Pour it into the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. Otherwise, we'll really die here. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts sank. The 5 elements divine lightning was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Even if he used a soul-suppressing orchid and activated the dry cloud 5 elemental formation with all his might, he still wouldn't be able to withstand it. As he spoke, young Idao's complexion turned slightly pale. He took out several spiritual herbs, spiritual pills, and the like that from his spatial ring that contained vital energy. However, the vital energy they contained was very weak, and it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Catcher, amidst the deathly silence, a cracking sound rang out above everyone's heads. A crack as thick as an arm appeared at the top of the pillar of light. The 5 spheres beneath their feet dimmed at an alarming rate. The 5-colored pillar of light also started to shatter. It's over. Yu Chan's expression turned pale, her eyes filled with despair. Other than young Idao, who had a space ring that could store some items that contained true qi, how could anyone else have them? Young Idao's eyes lost focus. His pale face was filled with unwillingness and despair. Catcher, the 5-colored pillar of light split open once again, and the palm formed by the 5-colored lightning would destroy all of them in an instant. Detestable, they were so close to the door of the Great Thunder Palace. But in the end, they still failed. Creak, however, at this moment, the dim 5-colored ball suddenly lit up. It was as if 5 stars had suddenly streaked across the starry sky. Their brilliance dimmed rapidly. But in that instant, the 5-colored pillar of light once again exploded with a brilliant glow, temporarily delaying the palm that was pressing down on them. The 3 of them, who had already prepared themselves for death, were overjoyed. Young Idao revealed a surprised expression, activating the dry cloud 5 elemental formation and knocking open the giant metal door. Following the opening of the door, an aura that had been sealed for countless years surged forth. The 300-foot lightning emperor was like an illusion, gradually turning transparent as the aura of time engulfed it. The 5 elemental divine thunder, which had protected the Great Thunder Palace for countless years, had completed its mission the moment the sealed door was opened, dissipating into the world. The group of them were overjoyed, having survived a calamity. Young Idao's cold face revealed a rare expression of admiration. He looked toward Su Yu and gave him a friendly smile. You did well. The group could not help but look toward Su Yu, only to see that he was holding a pink crystal powder in his hands. At the last moment, Su Yu had taken the vital energy crystal from the Eternal Stone King armor, using the remaining vital energy within to activate the dry cloud 5 elemental formation, and had barely barged in. I did this for myself. Su Yu threw away the powder, but he was not happy. Without the vital energy crystal, the defense of the Eternal Stone King armor had weakened by more than 30%. Don't worry, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. You can have 20% of the items in the Great Thunder Palace. 20% was already a lot. It was obvious that young Idao would monopolize most of the treasures in the Great Thunder Palace. He would not give much to Su Yu and the rest. Giving Su Yu 20% was not a small amount. It's decided, young Idao said. Let's go in. But let me make this clear. Without my permission, no one is to steal anything. I will be the one to distribute everything. He had sacrificed the most, and his abilities were the strongest. Hence, he had the right to say such words. The group of people entered, only to find that it was a very spacious hall. On both sides of the hall were neatly arranged stone chairs. They were arranged in the deepest part of the hall, like stars surrounding the moon. There was a platform that was 10 feet tall. On the platform was a golden dragon throne carved in the shape of a dragon, emitting a strong spiritual pressure. Unfortunately, after so many years, the dragon throne had already rotted. As the giant door opened, the aura of the outside world flowed in, and the dragon throne turned into dust. The neatly arranged stone chairs on both sides also vaporized, leaving behind a pile of grey dust. The perfectly preserved Great Thunder Palace was deteriorating and rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it was like the other great palaces, filled with the marks of time. Suddenly, young Idao flew to the top of the platform. With a wave of his big sleeves, the dust on the dragon throne was blown away, revealing a piece of wood the length of an index finger. It was surrounded by 5-colored lightning. Even though it was weak, it was the 5-elemental divine thunder that they had encountered previously. Chapter 474. A lightning-based spirit artifact. Everyone was shocked. Yu Chan's breathing became rapid. Could the 5-elemental divine would be a lightning-based material for crafting spirit artifacts? A crafting uncle had offered a reward in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands for 20 years, but no one had found it. Senior, you have done a great service for the faction. The value of this item is much higher than the Thunder Herb. The unexpected reward made the people of the returning Principal Palace ecstatic. Hearing about the Thunder Herb, Su Yu and his group began to search for it secretly. Suddenly, everyone realized that there was a water jar at the left and right corners of the Great Hall. Young Yidao's expression turned serious, and he shouted, "Don't move." As he spoke, he quickly flew toward the water jar on the right. The water jar had been dried up for an unknown period of time. All that was left was cracked soil, and there were no spirit herbs. Young Yidao's expression changed, and he flew toward the water jar on the left. Within the water jar, there was a shallow layer of water that kept the soil moist. In the middle of the soil, there were 3 plants with 5 colors, 1 tall and 2 short. They were very similar to the wild grasses by the roadside, but they were all 5 colors, and they contained an extraordinary lightning energy. Thunder Herb. 2 seedlings, 1 mature. Yu Chan was extremely surprised. We can really find the legendary Thunder Herb. Young Yidao was happy at first, but his expression turned grave. There is only 1 mature plant. This is a far cry from the 9 that we need. Yu Chan smiled sweetly and said, "Master once said that the possibility of finding all 9 of them is very slim. If we can find a mature one, we can also help senior brother fuse it into an armor. Although it will be the next best thing, and won't be as effective as the armor weaved from the Thunder Herb, it will still be very amazing. Coupled with the dry cloud 5 elemental formation, Senior has a high chance of blocking the heavenly disaster." Hearing her words of consolation, young Yidao's expression relaxed. "We can only make do." As he spoke, he used the jade shovel to store the 3 Thunder Herbs. After which, he searched the Great Hall. After confirming that there were no more valuable treasures, he said, "You guys can split the rest." Gang Daily's expression turned serious, and he quickly rushed to the 2 water jars. His expression was a little ugly. Originally, there was only 1 mature seed and 2 seedlings. Now, both of them had been plundered by young Yidao. As for Su Yu, he muttered to himself irresolutely for some time. After thinking for some time, under Gang Daily's surprised gaze, he moved the 2 water vats together. Then, he poured out all the soil in the 2 jars. "Brother Black Snow, what are you doing?" Gang Daily was extremely confused. However, his expression suddenly changed. In the moist soil, there was actually a Thunder Herb seedling that had yet to break through the soil. Swish, a gust of wind blew over. It was young Yidao, who had been paying attention to their movements in the dark. When he discovered that something was amiss, he quickly rushed over. When he realized that it was a seedling of the Thunder Herb, his eyes lit up, and he was about to pick it up. However, Su Yu said, "You said that you would give me 20% of your harvest as compensation. I am in urgent need of the Thunder Herb. Why don't you let me have this seedling?" Hearing this, young Yidao rejected without hesitation, "The Thunder Herb is very useful to me. You can take 20% of the other things, but not the Thunder Herb." As he spoke, he forcefully took away the Thunder Herb that they had discovered. Seeing this, Su Yu and the rest of the group were furious. However, due to young Yidao's power, they did not dare say anything. Yu Chan suddenly realized that within the soil that was poured out, there were a few granules that were the size of rat feces. "These are the seeds of the Thunder Herb." Yu Chan recognized them. She was initially delighted, but her eyes quickly dimmed. Young Yidao was also shocked, but he immediately lost interest. "You can take these seeds of the Thunder Herb as you wish." Gang Daily secretly clenched his fists, his expression unpleasant as he said to Su Yu, "The seeds of the Thunder Herb are very common. They are not difficult to find in Jojo, and they are not expensive. That is because, apart from special environments like the Thunder Emperor Mountain, The outside world is unable to grow them. At least until now, there has been no experience of growing the thunder herb successfully. The thunder herbs that have been discovered have all grown in the wild under special circumstances. These seeds are as good as none. No one had been able to grow them. Su Yu's gaze turned slightly. After thinking for some time, he silently dug out the seeds from within the soil. There were a total of 10 seeds, and he carefully placed them into a jade box to preserve them. Following which, the group searched the Thunder Palace, but there were not many valuable items. After confirming that they had been searched once, Yang Yidao completely lost interest, looking deeply at Su Yu and the other two. If that is the case, we will go our separate ways. Take care of yourselves. Yu-chan, let's go. Hearing this, Yu-chan cupped her fists at them, then left. In the end, Su Yu and the other two were left. Brother Daily, what should we do if we did not complete the mission? Su Yu said gravely. Qin Jiuyang was also a little apologetic. I am indebted to Elder Ju's kindness, but I am unable to help him. Hearing this, Gang Daily sighed helplessly. I do not blame you. The geniuses of Jojo are stronger than we expected, and we are helpless. But Master also thought of this, so he asked me to go to another place to search. There is no danger there, and I can go alone. Before that, I need all of you to use your abilities. That way, our agreement will be fulfilled. Su Yu raised his brows. His agreement with the sloppy old man was to help find the thunder herb, as Su Yu had something that only he could do. It was a pity that Yang Yidao had appeared, causing Su Yu to be unable to help. Whoosh! Gang Daily took out a pure white jade plate from his robes, its surface covered with complicated patterns. Brother Black Snow, Master said that you have an ability to see through the essence of matter. Please use that ability on this jade plate once. Su Yu was shocked. His soul eyes had already been seen through by the sloppy old man. Although he did not understand, Su Yu still used his soul eyes on the pure white jade plate once. Brother Jiuyang, please use your curse technique on the jade plate once. Qin Jiuyang did not understand, but he still did as he was told. After he was done, Gang Daily kept the round plate, cupped his fists, and said, Brothers, I need to carry out Master's mission. I will bid you farewell here. I hope that the two of you will take care of yourselves. Su Yu and Qin Jiuyang had completed their agreement, and it was time for them to leave, to search for their own opportunities. All right, goodbye, Brother Daily. The three of them stood in the sky above the Thunder Emperor Mountain, cupped their fists, and bade farewell to each other, flying in 3 different directions. An hour later, a piercing sound reverberated through the air. Gang Daily, who was covered in a ball of light, had returned. His face was filled with shame, and he sighed softly, I'm sorry, brothers. I had no choice but to lie to you. He returned to the Thunder Emperor Mountain, entered the Great Hall of Thunder, stood on the high platform where the dragon throne was, and took out the pure white round plate. After dripping a drop of blood into it, Gang Daily's eyes glowed abruptly. In his eyes, everything around him could be seen through. Brother Black Snow's transparent eyes are indeed extraordinary. No wonder Master said that it is unique in the Zhenlong continent, and it is truly a divine artifact. After replicating its ability on the round plate, I can also borrow it once, and it can last for a joss stick's time. His eyeballs swept the surroundings, and finally stopped at the high platform beneath his feet. Under the transparent eyes, there was a secret tunnel that was hidden very deeply. Exerting force under his feet, he shattered the high platform, and revealed a dark hole. Gang Daily had a delighted expression, and he entered it quickly. After a cup of tea's time, another piercing sound could be heard. It was Su Yu, who had returned. He came to the place where he had found the catfish previously, and looked down. As expected, the sealed secret room deep underground still existed. Chapter 475. 100 jong was not considered deep for Su Yu. In the time it takes for half an incense to burn, Su Yu had successfully dug to the top of the secret underground chamber. A multicolored light screen appeared beneath Su Yu's feet like a silkworm cocoon. Through the light barrier, he could clearly see that the sealed secret underground chamber was not very spacious, only 10 square meters in size. There was only a stone bed and a stone table inside. There was no one on the stone bed, but on the stone table was a greenish-yellow jade seal. The jade seal was engraved with a realistic dragon-shaped image, mighty and domineering. Most of the other items on the table had lost their splendor. Only the jade seal was surrounded by a layer of 5-colored lightning that was hard to detect with the naked eye. Hence, it was as bright as ever, with no signs of age. Su Yu's heart was thumping wildly. This was definitely a special treasure. Separated by a barrier, Su Yu was unable to determine the item's grade and value. But based on his intuition, the jade seal could be the most important item in the entire palace. This made his heart pound. Holding his breath, Su Yu realized that there were 9 books on the bracelet. Although they were covered in dust, they had not decayed. Su Yu was also slightly moved. He hurriedly examined the light barrier, realizing that it had a strong defense, blocking out all the pressure from the outside world. If that wasn't the case, just the 300-meter-thick ground alone would be enough to crush the secret chamber over countless years. Su Yu thought for a moment, then tried to take out the golden scale dagger to see if he could carve a hole in the barrier. But when the sharp tip of the golden scale dagger struck the surface, it was as if it had struck steel. Sparks flew everywhere, unable to break the barrier. Then, Su Yu tried the 9 yin-yang formation. But it still did not budge the light barrier. This made Su Yu laugh bitterly, as if he had celebrated too early. But this did not mean that Su Yu was helpless. With a thought, Su Yu sat down cross-legged, his hands forming seals. A transparent shadow appeared above his head. It was Su Yu's soul, which suddenly left his body. His soul had left his body. If this light barrier could block the physical world, how powerful would it be on the soul world? After thinking for a moment, Su Yu's soul body's feet sank downwards. It was as if there was no one around, and he easily entered the light screen, entering the secret room without any obstruction. This made Su Yu happy. It was actually so easy. Without saying another word, Su Yu immediately went to the front of the stone table. As he stared at the jade seal, he tried to grab it with his palm. However, Su Yu's soul body almost passed through the jade seal, and he was unable to touch it. Su Yu blushed with shame. He still had a long way to go if he wanted to achieve what Yunyazi had done, using a soul body to unleash physical attacks. If that was the case, he could only lament his inadequacy. He was in the treasury, but he had to return empty-handed. With unwillingness, Su Yu examined the 9 books. They were casually placed on the table. Although they were all sealed, the soul eye was able to see through their contents without any obstruction. Oh! They are all comprehensions of the lightning Tao. Su Yu was slightly surprised. He had thought that it might be a cultivation technique left behind by the Thunder Emperor, but in reality, it was a few rounds of comprehension. It was very likely that it was the comprehension of the Thunder Emperor himself. After thinking for a while, Su Yu started to read the book attentively. At first, he did not care. However, as he read deeper, Su Yu became more and more shocked, and more ecstatic. Of these 9 books, the first one was an explanation of the Lightning Tao, the second was an introduction to the Lightning Tao, the third had the cultivation experience of the Lightning Monarch, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th books, a total of 3 books, were all about the Lightning Tao god art that the Lightning Monarch cultivated. This was almost equivalent to a legacy. How could Su Yu not be excited? The 8th book was an introduction to the materials of the Lightning Tao. There were elixirs, materials for crafting artifacts, and many other supplementary materials. There was a wide variety of materials, almost covering the knowledge of the materials of the Jojo continent. Su Yu finished reading patiently, and finally read the last book. This book was an introduction to the item that Su Yu was most interested in, the Jade Seal. This Jade Seal is a beginner's creation. It is still 3 stages away from the real 5-elemental Strong Thunder Seal. At the moment, it is only a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. If the treasure is completely refined, it might surpass a spiritual artifact. It will become a fairy artifact recorded in the ancient books to shock Jojo. Fairy artifact. Su Yu was shocked. What level was a fairy artifact? What shocked Su Yu even more was that this jade seal was only a beginner's creation. If he wanted to succeed, he still had to go through 3 more stages. From what Su Yu knew, The first stage of crafting treasures referred to the fusion of various materials. Could this treasure, which was comparable to a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, only be the fusion of materials? If just the fusion of the materials had such frightening power, wouldn't it be exceptionally frightening if the crafting was successful? Suyu gasped. Even the Eternal Stone King armor, a high-grade spiritual artifact, was not as shocking as this. He realized that the value of this item was far beyond his imagination. Suyu's breathing was rapid. He had to get his hands on this item. But he could not break the protective barrier. How could he bring this item away? Thump! At this moment, a rumble could be heard from the surroundings of the secret chamber. At the side of the light screen, the shadow of a door could be faintly seen. That was the door to the secret chamber. At this moment, someone was breaking open the door from the outside. A crack had already opened. Looking through the crack, Suyu could not help but be shocked. Gang Daily. In an instant, Suyu understood that finding the Thunder Herb was only one of the reasons. Finding the legacy of the Thunder Emperor was the sloppy old man's ultimate goal. Suyu was secretly anxious. If Gang Daily were to enter, the prototype fairy artifact would be taken away by Gang Daily, but at this moment, Suyu's mind suddenly heated up. A majestic voice reverberated in the depths of his mind like thunder. Congratulations on reading all 9 of my books and inheriting my legacy. Suyu was stunned. There was still a shred of the Thunder Emperor's remnant consciousness in this place. This prototype fairy artifact will be given to you as part of the legacy. I hope that the future generations can fulfill my dying wish and continue crafting it. After saying this, a puffing sound came from his mind. An unfamiliar incantation had appeared. That incantation was a seal used to control the 5-elemental strong thunder seal. Thump! Thump! The door to the secret chamber once again let out a banging sound. Without further ado, Suyu hurriedly recited the incantation. At that moment, Suyu felt a faint connection between himself and the 5-elemental strong thunder seal. With a thought, the surface of the jade seal crackled and floated in the air. Suyu was overjoyed. Under his secret control, the jade seal quickly flew toward Suyu's physical body. What made Suyu even more surprised was that the light screen could not stop the jade seal. It passed through the light screen and successfully appeared in front of Suyu's physical body. This made Suyu extremely excited. His soul body also left and returned to his physical body. As soon as Suyu opened his eyes, the cosmos mirror in his bosom flickered with a dim light, and he was about to store the treasure in it. But surprisingly, the item did not budge, as if it could not be stored within the cosmos mirror. Thinking for a moment, Suyu had a thought. The mark of the 9 jade spiritual pearl on his arm flashed. The prototype fairy artifact was then stored within the 9 jade spiritual pearl with a flash of lightning. Only then did Suyu relax. Thump! With a loud noise, the door to the secret chamber finally opened. Chapter 476. These thunderbolts had been used by Gang Daily during his life and death battle with the Ghost Prison Envoy. However, he had not used them since, and they were extremely mysterious. To think that it was a lightning-based treasure. At this moment, Gang Daily's body was charred black, his clothes torn and tattered. He had a pathetic expression, as if he had suffered a lot. It seemed that the door to the secret room was not so easy to open. Gang Daily barged in, surprised. His eyes immediately noticed the 9 books on the stone table. Without hesitation, he pounced on them. But just as his hand touched the 9 books, they turned into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. He did not even get to see a single word. It seemed that these books could only be read once. After that, they would disappear if someone else touched them. Seeing this scene, Suyu could not help but rejoice. Luckily, he had read these books in advance and obtained the legacy of the Thunder Emperor. Gang Daily froze, his eyes staring blankly. He then flipped the secret room up and down, searching almost every possible place. But he found nothing. His expression turned ugly. What is going on? Did I come to the wrong place? Is this not the place where the legacy of the Thunder Emperor is? His heart was filled with doubt. Standing under the light barrier, it was as if he could not see the environment outside of the light barrier. Hence, He did not notice Su Yu's presence. On the other hand, Su Yu could clearly observe his every move. In his heart, Su Yu was somewhat disappointed. The feeling of being deceived was not a good one. Perhaps Gang Daily had no choice. After all, the prototype fairy artifact was shocking and could not be leaked. Moreover, there was only one legacy. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Yu turned and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Su Yu's expression suddenly changed. He saw another figure appear at the door of the secret room. It was young Yidao, who had a faint smile on his face. Gang Daily turned his head to look, and his expression changed. His expression became extremely ugly. "You followed me." Young Yidao stood at the door, completely blocking Gang Daily in the secret room. He laughed coldly. "I knew it would not be so simple. To think that you already knew of the existence of another secret room. Tell me, what is this secret room?" Young Yidao narrowed his eyes as he observed the surroundings. Gang Daily's face was filled with fear. He struggled for a moment, then sighed. "It is the legacy of the Thunder Emperor." Young Yidao's face suddenly froze as he cried out involuntarily, "What did you say?" As he spoke, Gang Daily took out a yellowish ancient letter. On it was recorded that within the Great Thunder Hall, there was a mysterious passageway that led to the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. After looking, young Yidao came to a sudden realization. "I was wondering why there was nothing in the Great Thunder Hall. So there's another universe." Immediately after, his cold gaze suddenly shot towards Gang Daily. "Hand it over." Gang Daily laughed bitterly. "What you saw is what I saw. I don't know who beat me to it. Humph. This is the first time the Great Thunder Hall has been opened. Apart from you, there is no one else who knows about this place. Since you are unwilling to hand it over, I will come and get it myself." Young Yidao's aura was piercingly cold, and he suddenly attacked. Gang Daily wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Not only did he not obtain the inheritance, but he was also forced to die in a corner. "You're going too far." Gang Daily's grief turned into anger. Even he felt wronged. The light and shadow around him vanished, revealing his true form. Young Yidao was shocked. "An alien race's flood dragon? No wonder I felt an inhuman aura from your body. So you are a flood dragon." His eyes glowed with an excited glow. "Looks like I have gained something again. It is rumored that flood dragons have a weak bloodline of the real dragon. Based on your blood essence, you might be able to sense the location of the real dragon. If I can obtain the remains of the real dragon, my gains would not be any weaker than the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor." Real dragon? Su Yu was secretly shocked. He had already completed the task of helping Gang Daily find the Thunder Herb. Next, he had to find the few ingredients to heal his eyes. He had already obtained the undead herb of the Netherworld, and he was only missing the blood of the real dragon and the lightning-avoiding silver pearl. With the three combined, he would be able to cultivate a type of evil-destroying silver eyes successfully. He could use it to neutralize the injuries caused by the heavenly wrath, allowing his eyes to recover. If Gang Daily could really sense the location of the real dragon, wouldn't he be able to obtain the blood of the real dragon? In the secret chamber, young Yidao let out a disdainful laugh. "I am someone who has tried to make a breakthrough to the fairy realm. Even though I failed, among the half-gods, my abilities are unparalleled. You should just give up on that thought." After his speech, young Yidao casually waved his palm toward Gang Daily's giant body, which was 20 Chinese feet tall. Gang Daily let out a loud roar. His giant body exploded with a powerful force, and his fists collided. With a whooshing sound, Gang Daily retreated continuously. After which, he crashed heavily into the light barrier. His face turned red. On the other hand, young Yidao's eyes were filled with disdain. "Humph, you are only SOSO. After his speech, he took a big step and headed toward Gang Daily. His eyes glowed with murderous intent. Gang Daily was in danger. There was no other way to escape. How could he leave? However, at that moment, Gang Daily suddenly took out a pure white jade plate from his robes and crazily injected his blood essence into it. With a cracking sound, the jade plate exploded on the spot. However, Gang Daily disappeared into thin air because of that. When he reappeared, He was in a valley that was far away from the Great Thunder Palace. His expression was pale, as if he had just survived a disaster. Luckily, I had Qin Juyang's curse technique, which allowed me to set up a substitute puppet here in advance. That was how I managed to escape by a hair's breadth. As it turned out, after he had left the Thunder Emperor Mountain, he had specially found a secret place to set up his escape technique. That technique had ensured his life. After which, Gang Daily let out a bitter smile. I did not manage to find a single item that the old man needed. How am I going to account to him when I return? After muttering to himself for a moment, Gang Daily sighed. Looks like I can only place my hopes on the last exchange meet. If I am lucky, I might be able to exchange for the Thunder Herb from someone else. However, the price I have to pay will be huge. I have to take a risk and barge into that place. After his speech, his figure disappeared quickly. In the secret room, young Yidao was holding a scarecrow in each hand. His expression was sinister. Curse technique. Humph. To think that you managed to escape. With a furious grunt, he left immediately, quickly searching for Gang Daily. Su Yu, who had witnessed everything, decided to stay behind for safety reasons. He wanted to wait for young Yidao to leave. A half-god who had failed to make a breakthrough to the fairy realm. That kind of ability was probably below that of the fairy realm. It was not wise to go out and fight him head-on. After thinking for some time, Su Yu took out a jade box. Within the box were the seeds of the Thunder Herb. A total of 10 seed. In the outside world, it was almost impossible for the seeds to survive. However, in Su Yu's hands, that might not be the case. With a shred of anticipation, Su Yu's soul entered the garden of the 9-jade spiritual pearl. With a thought, the weeds in the garden were swept away, revealing a piece of golden soil. This was the supreme growing soil, which was extremely rare in the outside world. According to what the fox had said, the supreme growing soil was an earth-based treasure. Any kind of plant could be grown on it. Chapter 477. With a thought, he scattered the 10 seeds of the Thunder Herb into the supreme growing soil. The seemingly hard supreme growing soil was like soft water. When the black seeds landed in it, they sank gently and were enveloped by the golden soil. A unique fragrance wafted out from the depths of the soil. Just taking a light breath made one feel extremely comfortable. Su Yu was filled with anticipation. He did not know if the seeds of the Thunder Herb could really survive in the supreme growing soil, and how long would it take for them to fully mature. Just as Su Yu's soul was about to turn and leave the 9-jade spiritual pearl, he suddenly heard a soft sound of something breaking out of a shell. Su Yu was slightly stunned, turning his gaze back to the supreme growing soil. Gradually, his face was filled with shock. He could hear the sound of something breaking out of a shell coming from within the golden soil. Moreover, there were 10 areas where the soil was wriggling weakly, as if something was continuously drilling out from deep within the soil. Finally, as Su Yu's pupils shrank, the golden soil was finally broken open, revealing an emerald green seedling. That seedling was silvery white in color, with a thread of lightning circulating within it. Thunder Herb seedling? Su Yu lost his voice in shock. The seedling of the Thunder Herb that young Yidao had snatched away previously was like this. In the short span of a few breaths, witnessing a seed grow into a seedling caused Su Yu to be dumbfounded. The scene in front of him even caused Su Yu to doubt if the seed in front of him was the legendary Thunder Herb seed that could not be cultivated successfully. Only when Su Yu regained his senses did he become overjoyed. At this moment, he finally understood the significance of the supreme growing soil as an earth-based treasure. It was no wonder that it was so difficult to obtain a single seed. It was too nature-defying. With such a garden of supreme growing soil, any spirit herb or divine herb could be cultivated successfully in a short period of time. Based on the current speed, 1 day was equivalent to 1 year of growth for the Thunder Herb. 2 months later, when Su Yu left this place, he would be able to obtain 10 50-year-old Thunder Herb. At that time, the armor that was made would have even stronger defenses against lightning. Filled with excitement, Su Yu withdrew from the great surprise. This pool of supreme growing soil was Su Yu's most important secret apart from the divine 9-dragon cauldron. After thinking for some time, Su Yu had an idea. The 9-jade spiritual pearl acted according to Su Yu's idea and set up a layer of hazy light barrier around the whole nursery. Apart from Su Yu himself, anyone who entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl would not be able to discover the existence of the supreme growing soil. After everything that had happened the night before, Su Yu's soul withdrew from the 9-jade spiritual pearl and returned to his body. It was only after a long while that Su Yu recovered from his shock. With a flip of his palm, he took out a jade seal that emitted a shocking aura. It was Su Yu's greatest gain from this trip, a prototype fairy artifact. Although it was only at the lowest stage of fusion and was just a basic product formed by the fusion of some materials, it did not hinder the power of a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. It also did not hinder its potential to become a celestial artifact. Su Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation as he dripped a drop of his own blood essence into it. Sure enough, he discovered that the semi-manufactured spiritual artifact did not have any obstructions, and Su Yu was able to recognize it as its master easily. At the same time, a weak connection appeared in Su Yu's mind. 5 elemental strong thunder seal, a celestial artifact. It can absorb the thunderbolts of heaven and earth for one's own use. It can also be used to release the thunderbolts of heaven and earth, using the thunder seal to suppress all living beings in the world. Its power depends on the wielder's cultivation level and the strength of the thunderbolts of heaven and earth absorbed. Hearing this, Su Yu was shocked. Absorbing the thunderbolts of heaven and earth was completely absorbing the disastrous thunder of heaven and earth. This celestial artifact was specially created to contend against the heavenly disaster. Moreover, the thunderbolts that were absorbed could be refined and used to deal with enemies. Su Yu was filled with anticipation as to how powerful it would be. However, it was a pity that the 5 elemental strong thunder seal had only gone through the most basic fusion stage. It had not been truly tested before the Thunder Emperor disappeared without a trace, leaving behind this prototype fairy artifact that did not store any thunderbolts of heaven and earth. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes turned slightly. Speaking of the disastrous thunder, wasn't there a great danger in his body? On the day when he had broken through to Heaven Master, he had almost been killed by the thunderbolts of heaven and earth. A tiny bit of the weak disastrous thunder of heaven and earth had entered Su Yu's body, and he had suppressed it forcefully. Now, he could try out the effects of the 5 elemental strong thunder seal. With a thought, the 5 elemental strong thunder seal released a greenish-yellow glow. The flying dragon carved on the seal seemed to have come to life, flying around continuously. An inexplicable pressure unconsciously flowed out. At that moment, Su Yu felt an intense pain in his abdomen. Looking within himself, he could not help but be shocked. The purple thunderbolt in his body and the pale disastrous thunder of heaven and earth were being compressed continuously. The disastrous thunder, which was only the size of an eyeball, was shrinking continuously. Very quickly, it was the size of a thumb. As for the purple thunderbolt, it was instantly compressed into the size of a strand of hair. Not only was the disastrous thunder being suppressed, even the normal thunderbolts were completely suppressed. The two of them were compressed to their limits. The thunderbolts of heaven and earth, which made Su Yu feel uneasy, were completely suppressed in the blink of an eye. Along with the strand of hair-like thunderbolt, they left Su Yu's body through his pores and were absorbed into the Imperial Jade Seal. The flying dragon on the Imperial Jade Seal let out a soft roar. After flying for a while, it suddenly spat out bolts of purplish-white gas from its mouth. Seeing this scene, Su Yu was shocked. The gas of the origin of thunder. Su Yu was not unfamiliar with this item. He still had a 5 elemental origin crystal with him. That bit of the gas of the origin of thunder circled in the air once before returning to Su Yu's body. Su Yu secretly looked within himself and was shocked to discover that within his dantian, there was an additional pale white crystal. It was permeated with faintly discernible thunderbolts. If it was not the origin of thunder, what else could it be? Why would the origin of thunder become a vital energy crystal within my dantian? Su Yu was surprised. He casually tried to move his spirit energy, waving his palm. Crackle, crackle, a shocking scene appeared. This casual palm actually contained a bit of disastrous thunder. The power of the palm had increased by several times. Just the bit of disastrous thunder energy contained within it was not something an ordinary half-god could withstand. In fact, how many of the strong fighters below the fairy realm who had not experienced the disastrous thunder could withstand the power of the disastrous thunder? Su Yu was pleasantly surprised. A mere bit of weak disastrous thunder, after being absorbed by the 5-elemental strong thunder seal, had returned to Su Yu's body. If he could absorb a complete disastrous thunder, what kind of power would the 5-elemental strong thunder seal display? His greatest threat had been resolved, and Su Yu had also obtained the origin of thunder. Now that the ice, fire, and thunder elements had all been cultivated to their limits, reaching the origin state, how powerful would the 3 elements be if they were to be used at the same time? Su Yu could not help but ponder. After muttering to himself for a moment, Su Yu kept the 5-elemental strong thunder seal. Calculating the time, he had already been there for half a day. Yang Yidao should have already left. Without thinking too much, Su Yu broke through the ground and returned to the outside world. His eyes flashed, and he prepared to leave this place. But suddenly, a surprised voice could be heard. "Oh, it's you? I thought that the person who got here first was that cursing lad." Chapter 478. His aura was completely restrained, no different from that of a normal person. Only his cold gaze was like the edge of a blade, causing others to not dare look him in the eye. This person was Yang Yidao, who was supposed to be chasing after Gang Daily. He had not chased out of the Great Thunder Hall, but had instead hidden himself, waiting for this moment. In the secret chamber, I could faintly feel a prying gaze outside the light barrier. Combined with Gang Daily's words, I thought that the legacy of the Thunder Emperor had been stolen by someone else. I thought it was the curse technique kid among the 5 of us. After all, his abilities are not bad, and his technique is strange. But I did not expect that person to be you, the weakest of the 3 wandering martial artists. How unexpected. Yang Yidao examined Su Yu, clicking his tongue in wonder. Su Yu was secretly surprised. This person's senses were strong. As expected of a top-half god who had failed to break through to the heavenly tribulation. He had senses that normal half-gods did not have. Furthermore, this person was very scheming. He had clearly noticed Su Yu's presence, but pretended not to know, pretending to be chasing after Gang Daily. In reality, he was hiding in the Great Thunder Hall, secretly waiting for Su Yu to appear. Since things had come to this, there was no point in saying anything. They could only fight. Seeing Su Yu prepare for battle, Yang Yidao let out a faint smile. Not planning to beg for mercy? Hand over the legacy of the Thunder Emperor, and I might spare your life. Su Yu calmly said, "Is that so? Would you allow someone who knows you have the legacy of the Thunder Emperor to live?" The legacy of the Thunder Emperor was no small matter. Once it was spread, Yang Yidao would definitely be attacked. Even if he returned alive, the legacy would belong to the faction. How could he have a share? Thus, regardless of whether Su Yu compromised or not, he would not be able to escape the fate of being killed. "You are quite smart, but you are just a ghost who understands." Yang Yidao's words were filled with ridicule. Su Yu remained silent, forming a seal with one hand, activating the 9 yin-yang formation. At the same time, he prepared the Eternal Stone King armor. Yang Yidao examined the 9 yin-yang formation, a little surprised. A full set of middle-grade divine artifacts. "I could not tell. Your abilities are weak, but you have managed to gather a decent set of divine artifacts. Since that is the case, I shall accept this set of divine artifacts on your behalf." His index and middle fingers were in the shape of a knife. A strand of sharp saber chi emitted a shocking spiritual pressure, which was quite shocking. Previously, it was precisely this kind of knife energy that had rendered Su Yu powerless to resist. Su Yu was expressionless. He waved his hand, and 9 steel needles hovered above Su Yu's head, rotating rapidly. At the same time, a golden light flashed in Su Yu's palm, and the golden scale dagger appeared in his hand. Yang Yidao had a disdainful smile on his lips as he slashed down with his finger. In an instant, the blade energy continued to chop down with the momentum to crush everything. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt a murderous aura assaulting him. The blood in his body sped up abruptly as he endured a great pressure. However, Su Yu's expression was as calm as ever. Without thinking, he slashed with the golden scale dagger in his hand. With a clang, the invisible saber chi collided with the golden scale dagger, causing a metallic sound to ring out. Suyu felt as if he had been hit by a huge force. His wrist was in pain, and the golden scale dagger in his hand almost fell out of his grasp. However, the sword energy did not stop. Instead, it continued to attack Suyu. At that critical moment, the bronze mask on Suyu's face suddenly shone with a green light. Suyu's entire person disappeared into thin air. All that was left was the mask floating in the air, as well as the 9 steel needles that were spinning continuously above it. With a clang, the mask was sent flying by the saber energy. However, it did not leave any mark on the mask. The mask stabilized. With a flash of light, Suyu's blood-haired figure appeared once again. Young Yidao could not help but feel surprised. Eternal mask. Space-type magical treasures are rare. I have to say that even I do not have the magical treasures on your body. Suyu's eyes were calm. You speak too much nonsense. After saying this, Suyu did not say another word. With a whoosh, the spiraling 9 yin-yang formation suddenly turned into numerous fragmentary lines, enveloping young Yidao. Young Yidao was shocked at first, then let out a cold laugh. No matter how good a magical treasure is, if the abilities of the person casting it are too weak, it will not be of any use. However, he did not move an inch, allowing the 9 yin-yang formation to envelop him. The black ring on his finger shone with a dim light. A dark blue, cold, curved blade appeared in his palm. The curved blade was like the moon, emitting a cold glow. It had a saber energy that was far stronger than before, sweeping in all directions. Suyu was on his guard. The blue curved blade gave him a dangerous feeling. Ice seal. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded and killed by the 9 yin-yang formation, young Yidao was not afraid, sweeping the blue curved blade in his hand. Ding, 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 a crisp sound of collision could be heard. The 9 steel needles were all sent flying. The 9 yin-yang formation was broken. It was evident how strong it was. Do you have any more moves? If not, then so be it. Young Yidao let out a cold grunt. However, Suyu had taken out a purple umbrella at some point in time, calmly opening it. In an instant, a ball of purple light enveloped everything within a 1,000-foot radius. The air was like a furnace, burning with a shocking purple raging flame. Young Yidao was caught off guard, instantly engulfed by the terrifying raging flame. The white robe on his body was immediately set ablaze. Shuegui's purple sun incredible umbrella. Why is it in your hands? Young Yidao was a little shocked. Suyu calmly replied, of course I snatched it. After saying this, he activated the purple sun incredible umbrella, releasing its power to the maximum. However, not only was young Yidao not afraid, his face was filled with mockery. I said, the treasure is fine, but the person is too weak. Die. Young Yidao suddenly let out a ferocious roar, the blue scimitar in his hands crazily imbued with a large amount of spiritual artifacts. The blue glow of the scimitar was magnificent, illuminating half of the heavens. A 30-foot-long saber chi swept across the area in a domineering manner. Wherever the blade energy passed, it created a tornado. The raging flames within a 1,000-foot radius were extinguished in an instant. The purple sun incredible umbrella was also broken. One blade, and another blade. Even someone as strong as Xueling did not dare face the purple sun incredible umbrella head-on. However, young Yidao only needed one blade. In terms of abilities, he might even be stronger than Xueling. What else do you have? Take it out. I will let you die in peace. Young Yidao's eyes were like lightning. At that moment, the figure holding the blade was like a peerless god of war. Suyu's expression was calm as he kept the purple sun incredible umbrella. He then raised his hand and waved, keeping the disintegrating 9 yin-yang formation. A greenish-yellow glow flickered in his hand. A jade seal with a dragon and phoenix carved on it appeared. Bolts of lightning flickered within the seal, releasing a terrifying aura. The Thunderbolt Origin crystal in Suyu's body continuously turned into the Origin's energy, entering the 5-elemental strong thunder seal. A beam of green and yellow light suddenly erupted, making Suyu's face look even more mysterious. Since you want to try, I shall grant you your wish. Yang Yidao initially maintained his cold smile. However, his expression gradually turned serious, gradually revealing an astonished expression. Disastrous thunder. His voice trembled. It was a tremble of fear. Chapter 479. Having failed to break through to the fairy realm, Yang Yidao was extremely sensitive to the disastrous thunder. Yang Yidao's heart sank when he saw the traces of tribulation lightning shooting out from the tribulation lightning. As he trembled in fear, Yang Yidao instinctively weaved signs with one hand. 5 pearls of different colors flew out from the ring on his index finger. One of the purple pearls was placed in front of Yang Yidao. It was infused with spirit energy, and a purple pillar of light shot into the sky, enveloping Yang Yidao within it. It was the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. This formation required 5 people to activate it at the same time. Hence, even though it was powerful, it could not be fully activated. Su Yu's expression was calm, and he activated the celestial cloud strong thunder seal without hesitation. The air vibrated, and a talisman formed by lightning flew out from the 5 elemental strong thunder seal. The talisman was in the shape of a dragon, but it was only the size of a palm. From afar, it looked like a small, transparent, 5-colored dragon. The only difference was that the disastrous thunder contained within the lightning made one feel uneasy. Go. Su Yu looked disdainfully, letting out a grunt. The 5-colored dragon turned into a 5-colored afterimage as it charged forward. Yang Yidao only had time to swing his knife once, and the dragon-shaped talisman was 10 feet away from him. The terrifying knife energy that could cut through anything appeared once again. The knife that had easily sent the 9 yin-yang formation and the purple sun incredible umbrella flying struck the dragon-shaped talisman. The talisman glowed, and it resisted the attack. A weak dragon roar could be heard from the talisman, and it collided with the purple pillar of light. Crack! A fine cracking sound spread to the ears, emitting a hair-raising sound. Cracks appeared on the purple pillar of light. After which, with a bang, it shattered on the spot. Even though the disastrous thunder talisman had dimmed by more than half, it still had half of the thunderbolt's power. The dragon-shaped talisman was no longer obstructed, and it landed on Yang Yidao's body. With a thunderous rumble that resounded in all directions, the remaining half of the thunder rune completely exploded. The lightning flickered, and a destructive aura spread in all directions. Yang Yidao was engulfed by it, and his body was engulfed by the lightning. The area a mile around him was instantly enveloped by 5 colors, and it was difficult for one to look at it directly. After a short while, when everything vanished into thin air, the ground where Yang Yidao was at had a huge pit with a diameter of 3 zhong. As for Yang Yidao himself, his protective spiritual energy had been shattered into pieces. Every inch of his clothes had been torn to shreds, and his body was badly mutilated. Blood flowed down his legs and flowed onto the ground. The hand holding the blue moon scimitar trembled slightly, showing the injuries on his body. The scariest thing was that his right hand, which was holding the saber, had the most serious injury because it was holding the blue moon curved saber to resist the thunder. His entire arm was almost turned into minced meat, and his index and middle fingers were nowhere to be seen. This attack nearly took Yang Yidao's life. If not for the fact that the dry cloud 5 elemental formations beads had neutralized half of its might, the other party would have been dead by now. Now, he had only suffered some injuries that were not light. In his eyes, there was both the joy of surviving a calamity and the hatred that was as deep as the sea. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Good. 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 Ever since I started cultivating, this is the first time I've been injured to such an extent. Even if you die, you can be proud. Su Yu's face darkened slightly. How is he still not dead? To be able to survive after being struck by a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, he is really strong. Based on Su Yu's estimations, even Xueling, who had a physical body of the fairy realm, might not be able to survive. Yang Yidao was a half-god who had broken through to the fairy realm. His abilities were different from normal half-gods, and he was unexpectedly strong. Yang Yidao let out a fierce grunt, and he took out a bottle of elixirs from his robes. Su Yu took a look, and his pupils shrank. Flesh regeneration elixir. Su Yu had a deep impression of that elixir. It could easily heal the injuries of a crippled person. After drinking the elixir, Yang Yidao's broken fingers grew back at an astonishing speed. His injuries were completely healed in the blink of an eye. Su Yu was shocked. That was not right. Even if it was the flesh regeneration elixir, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to heal a crippled person. How nature-defying was it to recover so easily? Didn't that mean that as long as he still had a breath, he would be invincible? This flesh spiritual elixir was exchanged for before I entered the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion with my life savings, just in case I was injured by a strong enemy. To think that not only did I not meet a strong enemy, but I was also severely injured by you. Yang Yidao's words were filled with deep hatred. So, you can die now. Yang Yidao took a deep breath, and his aura changed abruptly. Ripples of vital energy appeared within his abundant and majestic spirit energy. Humph, even though I failed to break through to the fairy realm, one of the 3 spirit energy crystals had already turned into a vital energy crystal. I had hidden it until now in order to catch my enemy off guard. To think that I would use it on you. That was Yang Yidao's greatest trump card. He had actually hidden it from everyone, and had 1 foot in the ranks of the fairy realm, becoming a strong martial artist of the half-fairy realm. Die. Yang Yidao's eyes were like lightning, and he imbued vital energy into the blue moon curved knife in his hand. The blue moon curved knife released an unprecedented blue glow, and a frightening knife energy assaulted Su Yu's face like a tsunami. At once, Su Yu felt pressured, and his breathing quickened. His expression gradually turned serious. How could the power of a treasure imbued with vital energy be as simple as doubling? The current Yang Yidao gave Su Yu a feeling of fear. If Xueling were to face him head-on, he might not be Yang Yidao's match. His power was beyond expectations. Heaven questioning 3 techniques. Yang Yidao's eyes exploded with an unprecedentedly fierce divine glow, and he swept across the sky. The long sword in his hands slashed out a frightening knife energy that was 100 Chinese feet long. The giant, transparent shadow of the knife looked as if it wanted to split the sky into 2. Su Yu felt a sense of danger, like a candle flickering in the wind. Without hesitation, Su Yu weaved signs with both hands, forcefully activating the 5 elemental strong thunder seal, and formed a thunderbolt symbol. Because of the depletion of the disastrous thunder that was formed this time around was less than half of what it was originally, but even if it was half, it was enough to severely injure Yang Yidao. Rumble 100 Chinese feet of knife energy swept over. With a creak, the dragon-shaped symbol exploded into 5 colored thunder arcs on the spot, and was destroyed by the knife energy, leaving nothing behind. This scene caused Su Yu's pupils to dilate, and his heart to sink. The attack of a half-fairy was too terrifying. He weaved signs with one hand, and a layer of black armor appeared. At the same time, the spirit energy in his body surged out wildly, turning into a spirit energy armor that protected his body. With the Eternal Stone King armor, Su Yu felt much more at ease. But at his chest area, the giant hole emitted an ice-cold sensation. Su Yu's intuition told him that he would still die from this knife. His eyes glowed coldly. At this critical moment, Su Yu's heart was filled with determination. He could only try that technique. With a thought, 3 different colors appeared on the surface of Su Yu's body at the same time. A pale white color, a scarlet green color, and a 5-colored color. They were the ice, fire, and thunder origins. The 3 origins appeared at the same time, forming 3 small balls of origins, revolving at the center of Su Yu's palm. Every origin was extremely powerful. If they were to explode, even Su Yu himself would be severely injured, and he might even die on the spot. However, at that moment, Su Yu made an extremely dangerous move. He actually gradually brought the 3 origins closer together. Forget about the Berserk Thunder origin source. The Ice origin source and the Fire origin source were mutually restraining origins. Even the slightest contact could cause an explosion. If the 2 origins were to explode at the same time, Su Yu would most likely die a horrible death. But just as the Ice and Fire origins were about to collide, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The Thunderbolt origin abruptly inserted itself, blocking the center of the Ice and Fire origins. The 3 balls of origins immediately formed a string. At a glance, It looked like a tricolored Buddhist bead. Just as the thunderbolt origin and the ice and fire origins came into contact, forming a string, suddenly, the three balls of origins became dim. Traces of black cracks appeared on the balls. Traces of destructive aura poured out in torrent. Su Yu's expression sank. Not good. The fusion has failed. Feeling that the three origins were about to explode, Su Yu's expression turned ugly. He had originally planned to use the fusion of the origins to create a brand new technique. But from the looks of it, the fusion of the origins was much more difficult than he had imagined. Now that the fusion had failed, the three balls of origins were about to explode. That level of might was sufficient to annihilate him in both body and soul. His heart was thumping wildly, his pupils dilating into a line. Young Yidao, whose face was filled with murderous intents, also felt that the violent origins were on the verge of exploding. Looking at them, his expression changed. "You are crazy. Do you want to commit suicide by fusing the origins?" His face was filled with fear, his eyelids twitching wildly. He looked fearful. In fact, he was even more terrified than when he had encountered the disastrous thunder. Chapter 480. At that moment, more and more black cracks appeared on the surface of the three origins. They were like three pitch-black objects, releasing an extraordinary destructive power. They were on the verge of exploding. Su Yu's eyes were also filled with fear. Without thinking, he shot a string of origins, which were about to explode, toward young Yidao. He himself, with a flash of the bronze mask, immediately hid in the space within the mask. Beneath the eternal Stone King armor, spirit energy surged out to protect his body. Young Yidao saw the pitch-black origins flying toward him, and his soul almost left his body. Without any more energy, he crazily injected his vital energy into the purple bead. With vital energy entering, the light beam shot out by the bead became even more powerful. It had previously withstood an attack from a later stage fairy. Just as the two of them were about to defend themselves, the three pitch-black origins exploded. They first shrunk to the size of a sesame seed. Then, they suddenly expanded 10,000 times, covering a 10-mile radius. A destructive power that contained ice, fire, and thunder origins formed a 10-mile black mushroom cloud, causing an unprecedentedly violent explosion. The destructive power swept through the surroundings in a shocking manner. Within a 10-mile radius, everything was destroyed by the explosion, turning into ruins within the black mushroom cloud. Within a 100-mile radius, the ground shook violently. Within a 1,000-mile radius, the ground still shook slightly. This ripple carried a terrifying destructive power, shaking every corner of the 7th level of the Divine Pavilion. In the stone forest, the 100 people who were fighting fiercely felt a tremor coming from somewhere. They stopped at the same time, their faces filled with shock. "That is a fairy realm fighter? A fairy realm fighter?" Sheng Ji had a faint smile on her face as she looked at the humans killing each other. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she looked in Su Yu's direction seriously. Bao Qiong's destructive aura. When did another monster with the abilities of the fairy realm appear in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion? Her eyes glowed, and she said resolutely, "We cannot wait any longer, the situation will change if we delay. There are dangers that I did not expect in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion." After saying this, she led the 4 great ancient clans toward the battle within the stone forest. At the same time, Ghost King Bai Qi, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain, suddenly awoke. He looked in the direction of Su Yu in shock. What a powerful ripple! Which expert did it? At this time, a painting flew out from his bosom. The old man with the air of a transcendent being was also very serious. "Unbelievable, I smell several kinds of mixed source auras. Could it be an explosion caused by the fusion of source auras? But if that's the case, isn't it too unrealistic? Although source is not rare in the continent of the 9 provinces, those who possess more than 2 types of source are extremely rare. However, if several people who possess source are gathered together, even if all 5 elements of source are gathered together, it would still be impossible to achieve such a level of power. What exactly is going on?" Speaking of Su Yu, he and young Yidao were at the center of this shocking explosion. Everything within 10 miles had been razed to the ground, leaving behind only endless ruins and scorched earth. Even the Thunder Emperor Mountain, which had existed since ancient times, was destroyed in a single day. The mountain collapsed and turned into broken rocks of different sizes that floated in the void. As for young Yidao, his entire body was scorched black, and he had already become a black charcoal. Apart from the white teeth, there was only a piece of charred skin. The blue moon scimitar in his hands was broken into pieces. A top middle grade divine artifact had been shattered into pieces just like that. At this moment, young Yidao's aura was like a game, and he was only left with one breath. Even opening his eyes was extremely strenuous. His eyes were filled with fear. The explosion caused by the fusion of 3 types of source was strangely 100 times more powerful than he had expected. He had almost been killed on the spot. If no one came to save him, he would die there that very day. But with a glance, he was the only one present. As for Su Yu, the instigator of the explosion, he had died to the fusion source that he had created. Thinking of this, young Yidao finally felt a little consoled. Creak, but at this moment, a ripple could be felt from the ruins. It was a bronze mask that was in pieces. Its right eye was completely broken, and it flew out shakily with a dim green glow. With a creak, a figure in black armor fell out from within. It was Su Yu. He was not dead, but he was not far from death. His face was as pale as a piece of paper, without the slightest trace of human color. His spirit energy had been completely squeezed out. The body beneath the armor was bleeding profusely, dyeing half of his body red. If one were to look inside himself, they would realize that Su Yu's energy channels were almost completely broken. The 2 spirit energy crystals in his dantian were showing signs of shattering. Once they shattered, his cultivation level would be crippled. His bones had also been shattered in many places, and they were all comminuted fractures. At this moment, Su Yu was lying on the ground, unable to move. His ending was not much better than young Yidao's. Su Yu laughed bitterly. He had never thought that his fusion source would be so unimaginably terrifying. Even he, the caster, had almost been killed. The Eternal Mask had shattered and was destroyed. The Eternal Stone King armor had also suffered an intense impact. A new crack had appeared on the hole at the chest area. In reality, it was the Eternal Stone King armor that had blocked 99% of the impact. Otherwise, Su Yu would have been turned to dust. With a bitter smile, a bottle of elixir appeared in the cosmos mirror. It was Phoenix Master Chio's Frost Moon Dew elixir, which could replenish spirit energy. In the past, Su Yu could not bear to use it. But now, it was finally time to save his life. His fingers moved with difficulty, taking out an elixir and placing it in his mouth. This seemingly simple action took all of Su Yu's energy. His whole body was in extreme pain, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Luckily, after the elixir entered his body, it quickly turned into spirit energy, nourishing the spirit energy crystals that were about to shatter. It slightly recovered, temporarily alleviating the fate of his cultivation level being crippled. At the same time, the spirit energy started to nourish his broken muscles and bones, slowly healing them. With this, his life was no longer in danger. He only needed a few days to recover. But such a huge commotion had attracted the attention of countless people. Su Yu, who had regained some of his mobility, hobbled toward young Yidao. He took out the golden scale dagger expressionlessly, mincing young Yidao's heart to pieces, ending his last bit of life. Just as he was about to leave, Su Yu suddenly stepped on a hard object. Looking down, it was the black ring on young Yidao's index finger. This caused Su Yu to be extremely excited. A space storage artifact. This was not the first time young Yidao had displayed this item. How many good items could there be in a storage artifact of a half-fairy? Just the dry cloud 5 elemental formation alone was enough to excite Su Yu. Sweeping his gaze across the area, Su Yu found the purple pearl, which had a dim spiritual light. Then, he quickly prepared to leave. However, right at this moment, 2 sounds of air tearing could be heard. Su Yu glanced sideways, his expression changing. The people who had arrived had shocked him. At the same time, his expression sank. Chapter 481. In his field of vision, 2 female figures were rapidly flying in his direction. One of them had a petite figure, as exquisite as a fairy. Who else could it be but Xiana? The other person was cold and arrogant, her expression cold and elegant. It was Long Wuxin, but both of them had expressions of unease and panic. Their bodies were weak, especially Long Wuxin. Her body even looked like it had some injuries. They seemed to have sensed the earth-shattering commotion and were flying toward the area, avoiding some sort of danger. Su Yu had experienced Long Wuxin's abilities. If she opened the ancient box, she would undoubtedly be the #1 female fighter in the Zhenlong continent. She might even be able to fight Xueling. But someone as powerful as her was in such a sorry state. It could be seen that the person chasing them was unusually frightening. It might even be another Yang Yidao, a half-fairy level fighter. Su Yu's expression changed. He once again wore the broken mask on his face. Even though it was broken, it could cover a large part of his face. Only his eyes were exposed, but they were still difficult to see through. Ah, Brother Black Snow. Xiana saw the red-haired, white-robed figure from afar. She recognized Su Yu and was overjoyed. On the other hand, Long Wuxin was surprised at first, then delighted. Then, she became suspicious of the situation. Finally, her expression turned grave. We should not have come. We have implicated Sir Black Snow for no reason. They had been chased and happened to be hundreds of miles away. When they heard the deafening sound, they thought it was a powerful fighter. They had wanted to seek help or shift the blame. But what they saw was the heavily injured Su Yu. His injuries were even more serious than theirs. Xiana, Miss Long, what happened? Since things had come to this, he could not abandon Xiana, who was in danger. Long Wuxin said anxiously, leave quickly, do not stop. He will catch up soon. Hey! Su Yu looked behind them. The horizon was vast and empty. However, Su Yu could keenly sense an aura that could make one's heart palpitate, and it was getting closer and closer. What a powerful aura! The person had not arrived, but the aura was already there. This person was extremely powerful. Even Yang Yidao had not given Su Yu such pressure. Who was this person? But he did not have time to think. Su Yu weaved signs with one hand, casting a technique on the spot. An anxious look appeared on Long Wuxin's face. Let's go quickly. Don't waste time. The opponent's movement technique is extremely frightening. If we delay for even a moment, his words came to an abrupt halt as he looked in shock at Su Yu, who had taken out a foot-long warship model from his bosom. As Su Yu weaved signs with one hand, the warship expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became a giant warship that was 1,000 feet long. Come up quickly. While Long Wuxin was dumbfounded, Su Yu leaped onto the warship and injected spiritual energy into the compass quickly. Long Wuxin regained her senses, and her face was filled with shock. Semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. She could not imagine what kind of great opportunity Su Yu had to go through to get a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. After the two of them flew up, Xiana was pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, she frowned in worry. Su Yu looked at her and revealed a loving look. He then started the warship without another word. With a whoosh, the battleship cut through the blue sky. Its speed had already reached the level of the fairy realm. Previously, if Su Yu had the chance to activate the flying ship, it would have been impossible for Yang Yidao to catch up to him. However, it was a pity that Su Yu had no time to activate the boat due to the intense battle. The speed of the fairy realm. What a shocking warship. Mr. Black Snow, your rewards this time around are really enviable. Long Wuxin did not hide her envy in the slightest. She heaved a sigh of relief. With such speed, it would be difficult for the person who was chasing them to catch up. Miss Long, who is chasing you? How strong is he? Su Yu asked without turning his head. Long Wuxin's expression turned serious, and she was slightly angry. It's a demonic cultivator. His abilities are extremely strong. I feel that he already has the abilities of the fairy realm. However, I do not know what secret technique he used to be able to exist in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. The abilities of the fairy realm? Su Yu's expression was grave. With Long Wuxin being the daughter of the Heavenly Law Alliance's master, she had seen many things. Her words were most likely not false. However, what made Su Yu's heart heavy was that even with Yang Yidao's terrifying abilities, he did not have the right to say that he had the abilities of the fairy realm. At most, he was at the level of a half-fairy. Just who was the demonic cultivator who was chasing them? Qin Xiana also clenched her small fists angrily. Humph. That bad guy is too much of a bully. I heard that he is a disciple from the outer sanctum of the soul-seizing palace. He chased me and Sister Wu Xin for days and nights. A disciple from the outer sanctum of the soul-seizing palace? Su Yu's heart sank. Not good. If he did not remember wrongly, Yu Chan had once said that there were two groups of people from the soul-seizing palace who had entered the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. One group was led by Xueling, and he led a ship of people to fight them in the Death Grassland. As for the other group, there was only one person. That person was a disciple from the outer sanctum of the soul-seizing palace, who was ranked 10th. According to Yu Chan, they would still have a chance to escape if they met Xueling and his group. However, if they met that disciple from the outer sanctum, they would die. There was no doubt that Xueling and his group were strong. Even Su Yu had almost died at their hands. However, even someone as strong as him, along with 6 half-fairies and hundreds of human kings, could not compare to a single disciple from the outer sanctum. Su Yu did not doubt that person's abilities were at the level of the fairy realm. What made Su Yu even more uneasy was that if the blood essence of that disciple from the outer sanctum was within the warship, he would be able to control the warship and prevent Su Yu and his group from escaping. At that moment, as if to verify Su Yu's uneasiness, the warship suddenly shook violently, showing signs of losing control. It was the other person fighting with Su Yu for control of the warship. Su Yu's heart was in his throat. His expression turned grave, and he crazily imbued spirit energy into the warship. The warship's speed increased, and it gradually stabilized after escaping from the other person's control. However, in just a moment, the warship showed signs of instability again, and it was even more serious than before. Su Yu was shocked, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. What made his heart jump was that a black-clothed figure had appeared in the sky. He could not see the person's face clearly, but he could actually catch up to a warship with the speed of the fairy realm. Su Yu could not describe the shock in his heart. His eyes flashed, and he took out several frost moon dew pills, holding them in his palm. He raised his mouth and swallowed one. After obtaining a large amount of spirit energy, he crazily imbued it into the compass. With a buzz, the warship's speed increased again, leaving the other person behind. Half a day later, the warship showed signs of being controlled again. The other person, who had clearly been left behind, had caught up again. Su Yu, who was lacking in spirit energy, had no choice but to swallow the frost moon dew pills again to replenish his spirit energy. This happened 3 times, for a total of 3 days and 3 nights. The other person was like a ghost, chasing relentlessly. The frost moon dew pills in Su Yu's hands were completely used up. 10,000 miles away, the black-clothed figure, who had been left far behind, had a pale and angry expression. Darn it! Who is that? His spirit energy is so abundant. The black-clothed figure had short hair, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. His whole body released an indescribably frightening aura. That phoenix of death constitution. Just as I was about to catch up, there was another nameless strong martial artist. Moreover, why is the divine flying ship in his hands? Could it be that Xueling and the rest of the trash have met with misfortune? Standing at his original position, he looked at the black jade bottle in his hands, which was now empty. His face glowed with ferocity and dissatisfaction. If not for the fact that I am afraid of the rules of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, which prevents me from revealing my cultivation base of the fairy realm, and I can only rely on elixirs to activate my movement techniques, do you think they can escape from my hands? This person was a real strong martial artist of the fairy realm. He was a powerful martial artist of the same generation as the sloppy old man. Previously, he had been able to catch up to the speed of the fairy realm, while suppressing his cultivation base of the fairy realm. He had used the power of the elixir. The elixir must have been very precious, as this person only had 1 bottle. I do not believe that all of you can escape from my hands. His face glowed with dissatisfaction as he continued to chase after the divine flying ship. Looks like I have successfully shaken him off. Long Wuxin extended her arms, letting out a long sigh. Her face revealed a relaxed and joyful expression, which was rarely seen. However, when she spread her arms, her dress tightened, outlining her impressive figure, especially her full breasts, which seemed to be on the verge of bursting out. Suyu glanced at her subconsciously, feeling embarrassed. In his heart, he also let out a long sigh. Suyu did not have the slightest chance of winning against a strong martial artist of the fairy realm. Moreover, he was severely injured, and it was even more impossible for him to fight. Rushing for days had caused his injuries to relapse. Coupled with the lack of spirit energy, Suyu forcefully held on for half a day. Finally, his figure swayed and he fell to the ground. The divine flying ship landed in a swamp. After Suyu kept it, the three of them hurriedly went to a crack in a rock, taking the time to replenish their spirit energy and heal their injuries. Looking within himself, Suyu could not help but laugh bitterly. Even though his severed energy channels had been reconnected, it would still take a long time for them to recover completely. Moreover, the shattering of his bones would not heal in a short period of time. Suyu might not be able to use his martial arts for the next 1.5 months. Suddenly, a fragrance assaulted his senses. It was Long Wuxin, approaching him. In her fair and delicate palm, there was an overflowing green elixir. It is very effective for internal injuries. It was made by Phoenix Master Qiu, and it is not inferior to the flesh regeneration elixir. Long Wuxin's eyes were clear, smiling as she stuffed the elixir into Suyu's palm. At this moment, Suyu would not hesitate, gulping down the elixir. At once, waves of warm and comfortable energy came from within his body, nourishing his limbs and bones, as well as all the injuries in his body. His injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though it was not as strong as Yang Yidao's flesh regeneration elixir, it was definitely not an elixir that was difficult to find in the human world. Compared to the ancient elixir that Han Jianglin had, the flesh regeneration elixir, it was much stronger. Based on this speed, Suyu would be able to recover completely in 2 to 3 days. Suyu had a joyous expression. He knew that the elixir was precious, and it was most likely used to save his life. He was afraid that Long Wuxin did not have many of them. He could not help but feel grateful. "Thank you, Miss Long, for your elixir." Long Wuxin did not seem to mind. Her clear and cold face revealed a rare and kind smile. "You saved me and Xiana. What does a mere pill count for? Moreover, you and I are not strangers." "Hey, not strangers." If he did not remember wrongly, this was the first time he and Long Wuxin had spoken. How could they be familiar? But looking at Long Wuxin's face, Suyu faintly felt that she looked familiar. But after thinking about it, he could not remember. At this moment, Long Wuxin let out a faint smile. "Mr. Black Snow, have you forgotten about Xin Wuhan so quickly?" "Xin Wuhan?" Suyu shuddered, suddenly remembering the delicate lady who had entered the seabed with him to search for the undead herb of the netherworld. Their figures overlapped. Even though there were some differences in appearance, it was indeed Xin Wuhan. "It's you." Suyu was extremely surprised. The person who had entered the seabed with him was actually Long Wuxin. At that time, Suyu had not even made a breakthrough to Heaven Master. With that kind of ability, the difference between him and Long Wuxin's real body was more than 1,000 miles. Long Wuxin smiled. "You finally recognize me." Mr. Black Snow escaped quickly that day. My illusionary body did not have that kind of ability to escape from the Ghost King. Hearing this, Suyu's expression turned serious. He could not help but take out the transparent cloak, smiling embarrassedly. "That day, I was swallowed by the Ghost King and only managed to escape after a narrow escape. Miss Long, you are too kind. Since I have found my owner, I will return this cloak to its owner." The invisible cloak had helped Suyu greatly. Suyu was a little reluctant to return it just like that. "Hihi, take it. Since you were able to snatch it back from the hands of the enemy, I am too ashamed to ask for it." Hearing this, Suyu cupped his fists in thanks. As the two of them were conversing, Suyu's expression turned grave. "Not good. He has caught up." We have clearly shaken him off by several million miles. How can he catch up? Long Wuxin's expression was grave. I do not know what kind of secret technique he used, but he seems to be able to sense our direction. Mr. Black Snow, thank you for your help along the way. Let's part ways here. He wants the two of us, and it has nothing to do with you. Leave quickly. Long Wuxin stood up, her expression stern. Is that so? Su Yu revealed a thoughtful expression. After muttering to himself for a moment, he looked at Qinxiana and said, If you trust me, leave it to me. Chapter 482. Hearing this, Long Wuxin was slightly surprised. Could it be that Sir Black Snow has a treasure that can conceal our auras? If it is the cicada cloak, I might have to disappoint you. Its ability to conceal one's aura is not top-notch. It might be able to deal with a half-god, but against a demon faction disciple, it would be too much. The cicada cloak was a normal middle-grade divine artifact, and its effects were limited. Su Yu shook his head. If you trust me, relax your defenses and I will bring you to a place. That place should be able to completely seal off your auras. His words caused Long Wuxin to sink into deep thought. Although she had been fleeing with Su Yu for 3 days and 3 nights, she had been secretly on guard at all times during those 3 days. If she gave up on resisting and Su Yu suddenly attacked them, they would not be able to react in time. At this moment, Qinxiana pulled on Su Yu's sleeves, raising her exquisite face and nodding her head seriously. Brother Black Snow, I trust you. Saying this, she obediently closed her eyes, not resisting in the slightest. Seeing this, Long Wuxin sighed. Since things had come to this, she could only trust the Black Snow Devil King. From his attitude toward Qinxiana, she guessed that he would not harm them. After saying this, she slowly closed her eyes, extending her slender hand. All right, that will do. Su Yu had no time to think, keeping the two of them in the 9-jade spiritual pearl. When the two of them opened their eyes, they could not help but freeze. Qinxiana opened her beautiful eyes wide. Where is this? Long Wuxin was shocked at first, but after that, she surveyed her surroundings, and could not help but be shocked. Spatial treasure. You actually brought such a huge space treasure with you. Turning back to look at Su Yu, Long Wuxin was beyond shock. Su Yu said, I hope you can keep this a secret. If this item was leaked, it would be troublesome when he returned to the Zhenlong continent. Even though the only people in the Zhenlong continent that Su Yu was afraid of were the 3 fairy realm fighters, he was still worried. But in order to avoid trouble, he naturally had to tell her what he needed to tell her. Long Wuxin came back to her senses, her expression serious. You don't have to worry about this. I, Long Wuxin, will not stoop to such petty tricks. Qinxiana wore a serious expression, nodding her head. I won't tell anyone, not even brother Su Yu. Su Yu smiled. This place is rich with spiritual energy. All of you can cultivate here from now on. I will let you out after we leave the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Long Wuxin's face lit up with joy. I couldn't have asked for more. If this place is a spatial magic treasure, it will be able to isolate us from the outside world. It will also be a good place for us to rest and adjust ourselves. The most important thing was to digest the inheritance they had obtained from the ruins of the immortal king. As such, Su Yu's soul left the 9-jade spiritual pearl and returned to his body. Without hesitation, Su Yu weaved signs with one hand and activated the cicada cloak. He concealed himself within it and immediately flew away. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a figure of light descended upon this place. It was the soul-seizing palace's outer sanctum disciple who had chased after them. A look of surprise appeared on his face. A pitch-black mouse was anxiously pacing around in his palm. Impossible, how did they do it? As long as the phoenix of death body was still in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, the demon spirit rat would be able to sense it easily. Even if it was just a corpse, it would still be able to sense it. Could it be that they used some kind of secret technique to leave the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion in advance? He furrowed his brows, feeling both angry and frustrated. If not for that mysterious person, the phoenix of death body would have fallen into my hand. How despicable. Looking at his surroundings, he confirmed that he had lost the phoenix of death body. He could only give up in spite of his anger. Forget it. I have already wasted too much time on this phoenix of death body. If I were any later, the mysterious heavenly palace would not be able to make it in time. That place is the true inheritance of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. After saying this, he headed in the direction of the stone forest. After Su Yu left the swamp, he hurriedly hid in a desolate forest. He found a secret place. After making sure that the demon faction disciple had not chased after him, Su Yu took out a black ring. The surface of the ring was like a black gemstone, giving off a black, shiny luster. This item had the same effect as the cosmos mirror. It was a rare storage artifact. With a thought, Su Yu easily sent his soul into the ring. A space that was 10 feet in length, width, and height appeared before his eyes. Compared to the cosmos mirror, this storage artifact was more than 10 times bigger. Moreover, this storage artifact did not seem to need to be refined. Su Yu could easily use it after obtaining it. Carefully checking the items within, there were all sorts of divine herbs and unknown materials. There were also several immortal level techniques, 2 middle-grade divine artifacts, and many different types of elixirs. Su Yu swept his gaze past all of these, his gaze fixed on the remaining 4 orbs. Adding on the purple orb that he had already obtained, the entire dry cloud 5 elemental formation was in his hand. Su Yu had long seen the frightening defensive abilities of this item and had coveted it. Now, it had finally fallen into his hands. Sensing it, Su Yu realized that there was a very powerful seal within it. It was not an ordinary seal refined by blood. Su Yu's gaze flickered, and he used his soul eyes to look inside. He saw that within each orb, there was a rune. Those runes were formed by souls. Ordinary cleansing techniques would not be able to wash away the soul imprints. This caused Su Yu to feel a little dispirited. From the looks of it, only by gathering 5 people would they be able to fully activate this formation. To Su Yu, who was used to traveling alone, this item was useless. Thinking for a moment, Su Yu temporarily kept the formation, flipping through the 9 books left behind by the Thunder Emperor in his mind. He had been in a rush previously, but now he finally had the time to digest them. A day later, Su Yu opened his eyes, his gaze filled with fatigue. After several days of reading, he had read all 9 books once, memorizing the parts regarding lightning-based materials. The first to third books were the Thunder Emperor's understanding and analysis of lightning-based techniques. To a self-taught person like Su Yu, they were treasures. Su Yu was intoxicated by them. The 4th to 7th books were lightning-based techniques that the Thunder Emperor had cultivated. Su Yu put this part aside for now. The 8th book was an explanation of lightning-based materials, covering the entire JoJo world. The 9th book was an introduction to the 5 elemental strong thunder seal. From this, Su Yu finally understood how precious the 5 elemental strong thunder seal was. Each of the main materials used to craft it could be crafted into a top-grade spiritual artifact, comparable to the Eternal Stone King armor. Each of the materials had been obtained by the Thunder Emperor in a life-and-death battle with various divine masters. For this, he had paid a painful price of severe injuries. In the end, he had only managed to fuse a few lightning-based materials to craft a prototype before he passed away. Understanding this, Su Yu was shocked beyond words. He was filled with anticipation for the subsequent refinement of the prototype fairy artifact. According to the 9 books, there were 3 steps for a prototype fairy artifact to become a final fairy artifact. The second step was to refine and completely refine the lightning-based materials within the 5 elemental strong thunder seal, turning it into a semi-manufactured fairy artifact. However, one needed a special flame called the Wave's Divine Flame in order to successfully refine this item. This flame was extremely rare in the JoJo continent. Only divine masters and above possessed such a flame. One could imagine how difficult it would be to obtain such a flame. If a prototype fairy artifact had such power, how powerful would it be if it could be refined into a semi-manufactured fairy artifact? No matter what, if there was a chance, he had to find the Wave's divine fire. After understanding this, Su Yu could finally flip through the magical powers that the Thunder Emperor had cultivated. The Thunder Emperor had focused his entire life on lightning-based techniques. Each of his magical powers was extraordinary. Unfortunately, after reading 3 books consecutively, Suyu did not find a suitable one for him to cultivate. Most of the Thunder Emperor's magical powers had a basic requirement: he had to be at the Divine Master level. At the very least, he had to be at the later stage of the fairy realm. Only then could he withstand the overbearing lightning magical powers. This made Suyu extremely depressed. Even the Thunder Emperor had not expected his legacy to be obtained by a young lad who had not even reached the fairy realm. However, just as Suyu was feeling disappointed, he suddenly saw a technique in the last book. Great Thunder Heart Technique. This technique was unexpected. It was actually a secret soul technique. After successfully cultivating it, one could plant a lightning seal in the soul of an enemy whose soul was not as strong as one's own. If the enemy did not obey, no matter how far away they were, one could detonate the lightning seal with a thought, instantly killing the enemy. This method caused Suyu to feel a rush of excitement. This was a technique that the Thunder Emperor had used when he was young. He had used it to enslave many people of the same cultivation level. The effects were obvious. The cultivation requirements were not high. First, one had to be proficient in lightning-based techniques. At the very least, one had to be able to form the Thunderbolt origin. Next, one's soul had to be strong enough. This technique relied on the soul. If one's soul was not strong enough, one would be injured by the lightning. Hearing this, Suyu was secretly delighted. This technique was tailor-made for him. In terms of soul power, Suyu could match that of a fairy realm. Moreover, he had successfully formed the Thunderbolt origin not long ago. Suppressing his excitement, Suyu read on patiently and seriously. When he saw the last magical power, he once again revealed a joyous expression. Lightning Escape. A secret movement technique that allowed one to transform into lightning and travel 100,000 miles in an instant. If one expended a large amount of lightning energy in a short period of time, one could travel 100,000 miles in an instant. This was a divine ability to escape. The requirements for this technique were also relatively simple. Anyone who cultivated lightning-based techniques could use it. However, after carefully reading it, Suyu realized that if he were to use this secret thunder technique, the lightning energy stored in Suyu's body would only be enough to use it once. As for traveling 100,000 miles in an instant, that was even more impossible. The Thunder Emperor's magical powers are really not that easy to cultivate. Suyu clicked his tongue. However, he still started to cultivate the 2 magical powers excitedly. Especially the Great Thunder Heart technique. Suyu's eyes were filled with anticipation. In the past few days, Suyu had been focusing on his cultivation. The 7th level of the Divine Pavilion was also crowded with people. Large groups of people had left the various historical remains and gathered in the direction of the stone forest. Chapter 483. However, the situation of the battle was too intense, and there were more and more strong martial artists joining in. Even they were unable to control the final outcome of the battle. In the corpse grassland, the hole that had appeared on the body of the giant monster that had been silent for a long time had been repaired. Within the corpse, the blood-colored ball that had swallowed Schwelling was expanding and contracting rapidly, as though it was a heart. Suddenly, the heart flickered, and the inside of the body started to shake violently. Looking from the outside, a snake-shaped giant monster suddenly crawled out from the ground on the boundless green grassland. Its entire body was silvery white, as though it was made of metal. It was 10,000 feet long, and its body was 1,000 feet thick. Tens of thousands of red tentacles shot out from the surface of his silvery white body and shot out in all directions. 100,000 miles away, a group of soul-seizing palaces cultivators scattered on the grassland had just escaped from the corpse grassland. When they passed by an ancient tree, densely packed blood-red threads suddenly shot out from the tree. As these threads swept past, a group of human king-strong martial artists were sliced into mincemeat on the spot, and they were all swallowed by the blood-red tentacles. 100,000 miles away, in a certain historical site, a group of 9 people were digging out a divine herb excitedly. All 9 of them were half-god-strong martial artists. Senior Gong, after spending half a month, we will be able to break the seal. This divine herb will definitely be ours. An 18-year-old young lady looked at the green-robed man, who had lowered his head and was digging out the divine herb, in admiration. The surrounding half-god strong martial artists were also respectful. Senior Gong smiled humbly. Junior sister and everyone else also contributed to this. The young lady shook her head shyly. No, it was Senior Gong who broke the seal by himself. We did not do anything. Senior Gong is indeed the 10th genius among the outer sanctum disciples of the Bright Moon Academy. If you were not around, we might have been wiped out when we encountered Xueling's troop from the soul-seizing palace, let alone reaching the historical site. Hearing this, the group of people revealed a look of lingering fear. They had just entered the 7th level of the Divine Pavilion, and they had encountered an entire battleship of people from the soul-seizing palace. Fortunately, Senior Gong was able to defeat Xueling alone, and they ended up in a tie. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Senior Gong shook his head slightly and smiled. The scariest person from the soul-seizing palace is Cho Ziming. Although Xueling is strong, he might not be able to do anything to us. Everyone, don't worry. The possibility of us meeting them again is almost zero. Senior Gong was a strong martial artist from the faction who could rival Xueling. He was also one of the leaders from the Bright Moon Academy, who had entered the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. At this moment, the immortal herb was successfully dug up. However, what made Senior Brother Gong frown was that there was a thin, blood-red thread wrapped around the root of the immortal herb. Before he could figure out what it was, the blood thread suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Immediately after, screams of terror could be heard from the surroundings. Senior Brother Gong felt a chill between his eyebrows. His consciousness dissipated and he fell to the ground. Blood. Everyone could. And, he was, and he, all, he, his body was, and, at a, his, he, his, and, his body was, and, his, was, and, his body was. Horrible shrieks could be heard, but they stopped after a while. When the blood returned to the ground, apart from the smell of blood that lingered in the air, there was nothing strange. No one knew that the whole team of people from the Bright Moon Academy had been killed. A similar scene played out in the whole 7th level of the Divine Pavilion. Batch after batch of talented martial artists were devoured. Not only them, but the demonic beasts in the Divine Pavilion were not spared. A large group of demonic beasts escaped toward the depths of the 7th level of the Divine Pavilion. Thunder Emperor Mountain. 2 half-god martial artists stood in front of the ruined Thunder Emperor Mountain. We are too late. The Great Thunder Hall has been broken through. The person in the lead was a beautiful woman in her 20s. Her eyebrows were like a painting, and on her jade-like face was a pair of beautiful eyes that were as clear as the moon. They gave off a dreamy luster and were as beautiful as gems. Her skin was white, like the snow on the plateau. Her complexion was rosy, like the sun reflecting the snow, gorgeous and beautiful. The figure on the other side was well-proportioned and slender, curvaceous in all the right places, as if it was artificially sculpted. Her expression was indifferent, without joy or sorrow, yet she gave others a strange feeling of holiness. She was like a lotus that had just emerged from the water and couldn't be defiled. Martial Uncle Lu, who was it that broke through the Great Thunder Hall? And even destroyed the Thunder Emperor Mountain to such a state? Could it be Cho Ziming from the soul-seizing palace? The one who spoke was a slightly younger youth. He asked cautiously with a respectful expression on his face. The youngster's cultivation base vaguely emanated a level that was no weaker than Sanguise's. It was exceptionally shocking. However, the woman in front of him, who was nearly 20 years old, was his martial aunt. At this moment, the young man was secretly sizing up the woman's graceful body, and he secretly revealed a look of reverence and admiration. The woman with the surname Lu exhaled and shook her head slightly. No. There were no traces of demonic qi, and Cho Ziming did not have such powerful abilities. If I'm not wrong, one of the targets of Yang Yidao and the others from the returning Principal Palace seems to be the Thunder Emperor Mountain. After we return, inform the returning Principal Palace and ask Yang Yidao to come to the Moonlight Clear Voyage to explain the situation. This woman's tone was abnormally arrogant. She directly ordered the people of the returning Principal Palace to come and see her. Yes. Martial aunt. The youngster was abnormally respectful, and he did not dare to disobey her in the slightest. The woman with the surname Lu raised her moon-like snow-white eyes and looked at the 10 miles of flat land. She pondered for a moment. The fusion of 3 types of origins. He is really reckless. After her speech, she swept her gaze in the direction of the stone forest. Why is you not here yet? Hearing this, the youngster replied respectfully, reporting to Martial Aunt, Junior Sister you should still be on her way. There are not many teleportation formations in the 6th level of the Divine Pavilion. I think that the place where Junior Sister is at does not have a teleportation formation. Hence, she took a detour to look for her. The woman with the surname Lu frowned slightly. All right. For the next few days, you and I will rest here temporarily. You should go and check the situation in the surroundings. Do not let anyone disturb you. Yes, Martial Aunt. The youngster immediately bowed and left. He searched the collapsed Thunder Emperor Mountain strictly, in case there was anyone in the vicinity who would disturb Martial Aunt. Suddenly, the youngster realized that there was a faint redness on a broken big rock in the Thunder Emperor Mountain. It was as if something was growing out of the mountain rock. With a shocked expression, the youngster was about to lower his head to check. However, at that moment, tens of fine red lines suddenly shot out and swept across the area. The youngster's expression changed in shock and he could only retreat continuously. However, the speed of the blood-colored red lines was extremely fast. They caught up with him easily and pierced through his body. The youngster let out a horrible shriek and was instantly pierced through. Sensing that the flesh and blood essence in his body were being drained away crazily, the youngster was extremely shocked. Just as he sensed that an ice-cold death was about to befall him, a beam of divine light suddenly slashed across and sliced the tens of blood threads on the spot. At the same time, with a flash of light, the youngster flew 10,000 Chinese feet into the air. Beside him, the woman with the surname Lu frowned slightly and lowered her head to size up the Thunder Emperor Mountain below her. With a flicker of light in her eyes, the woman with the surname Lu casually pointed at the Thunder Emperor Mountain. Instantly, with a roar, the Thunder Emperor Mountain, which had existed for an unknown number of years, completely turned into granular dust. After that, the woman with the surname Lu waved her wide sleeves gently and the granules scattered, revealing a mass of densely packed blood-red lines. They extended out from the ground, passed through the dust, and chased after the 2 of them. The green-clothed woman extended a finger casually and the mass of blood-colored lines exploded on the spot, turning into a pungent bloody smell. The youngster had managed to escape with his life, but his body was still in extreme pain. He could not help but say in shock, "Uncle, what is this thing?" The green-clothed woman looked in the direction of the corpse grassland, deep in thought. It should be the birth of some evil creature that was in deep slumber. Moreover, it is extremely powerful. My abilities are suppressed and I am not its match. Let's go to the stone forest first. If Aoyue is still alive, she will know where to go. Su Yu had trained for 3 days and 3 nights and had finally mastered the lightning escape and the Great Thunderheart technique. In addition to the magical powers, there was the cultivation experience of the Thunder Emperor. Hence, Su Yu only needed to comprehend it slightly to be able to successfully cultivate it. Although he was delighted, Su Yu did not leave. Instead, he took out the dry cloud 5 elemental formation once again. 5 round balls floated in front of Su Yu. With a flash of his eyes, a black crack appeared between Su Yu's brows abruptly. A thumb-sized amulet, formed by lightning, floated out. With a leisurely sound, the amulet shot into the purple round ball. There was a soul seal within, firmly controlling the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. The Thunderbolt amulet that Su Yu had formed contained both soul energy and Thunderbolt energy. It pierced into the soul seal. The soul seal was extremely intelligent, resisting the entry of the Thunderbolt amulet. Unfortunately, there was no master in this place. Hence, it was powerless against the attack of a secret technique. With a creak, the Thunderbolt amulet successfully pierced into the seal. Following which, Su Yu's heart moved. The Thunderbolt within the amulet exploded. After the Thunderbolt energy fused with the soul, it could inflict damage at the soul level. The soul seal was destroyed on the spot. Su Yu was ecstatic. The Great Thunderheart technique was indeed effective. After destroying the seal in one of the round balls, Suyu followed the same pattern and quickly destroyed the remaining 4 round balls as well. An hour later, the dry cloud 5 elemental formation seals were all destroyed. In the Jojo continent, a furious roar could be heard from a faction shrouded in celestial cloud. The powerful aura of a god lord rumbled out, intimidating everyone around it. In the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, Suyu was ecstatic. He took out 5 drops of blood and refined the 5 round balls at the same time. After a moment, an unfamiliar message appeared in his mind. Dry cloud 5 elemental formation, a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. When activated at the same time, its power is no weaker than a spiritual artifact. Suyu was overjoyed. Every round ball was a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. If 5 of them formed a set, it would be equivalent to a spiritual artifact. Just like the 9 yin-yang formation, each ball was a middle-grade divine artifact. However, if they formed a set, they could unleash the power of a high-grade divine artifact. It can be used for defense, as well as to trap powerful enemies. Suyu had seen its defense before. It could even defend against a later stage fairy. As for trapping enemies, Suyu was filled with anticipation. As the master, he could control the 5 round balls at the same time, forming the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. With this formation, Suyu would not need to flee if he met the demonic faction disciple again. At that moment, his injuries had healed. Suyu got up and left the secret place. He flew up into the sky and surveyed his surroundings. He only had one mission left in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, and that was to find the lightning-avoiding silver pearl and the blood of a real dragon. However, the 7th level of the divine pavilion was vast. Suyu felt lost as he looked around. At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. Suyu looked up and saw an 18-year-old girl with a deathly pale face. She was running for her life with a face full of fear. Her figure was slender, and her looks were extraordinary. Her entire body released a mature and alluring aura. Her flawless white face was also very beautiful. Under her arched eyebrows was a pair of phoenix eyes that could release cold intent at any time. The tip of her nose was high, and her chin was slightly pointed. Her red lips were like dots, and her pearly white teeth were like silver. She was indeed a cold and elegant woman. She was different from Long Wuxin. Long Wuxin was invincible among her peers. She was arrogant and did not like to talk to others when she was quiet. The lady in front of Suyu was cold. She had a ruthless aura. The lady suddenly felt the presence of someone in front of her. Her phoenix eyes were stunned. It was obvious that she did not expect to meet a human in such a desolate place. Suyu looked carefully. He saw that there was a group of demonic beasts behind the lady. No, it was not a group. It was a beast tide that covered 10,000 miles. The sky and the ground were filled with a crazed beast tide. The space behind the lady was filled with darkness. It was filled with countless demonic beasts. She was just walking in front of the beast tide. Once she stopped, she would be engulfed by the beast tide. Suyu was shocked. What had happened? Why was there a beast tide? And it was such a frightening beast tide. But without hesitation, Suyu took out the divine flying ship, fed it with spirit energy, and escaped. If he were to fall into such a beast tide, there was no way he could survive. The cold lady was stunned when she saw the warship. She then exclaimed, "The divine flying ship of the demonic path?" Her phoenix eyes flashed with surprise. She flew toward Suyu hurriedly, shouting, "Please wait. Bring me along. I will give you a divine artifact." Divine artifact. Unless it was a high-grade divine artifact, Suyu would not be interested in a normal divine artifact. He ignored her, controlling the divine flying ship to fly faster. The lady was anxious. She clenched her teeth, saying, "Friend, I know the whereabouts of a spiritual artifact. If you can save me, I will tell you the truth." Spiritual artifact. Suyu had a thought. He looked the lady up and down, nodding his head. "All right, come up." After a short pause, the lady flew up the divine ship. The divine flying ship turned into a fragmentary shadow, quickly disappearing into the horizon. After a day, Suyu could no longer feel the aura of the beast tide. He then felt at ease. "Miss, why did you encounter the beast tide?" Suyu could not help but ask. The cold lady was surprised. Suyu did not ask about the clues of the spiritual artifact first. The temptation of a spiritual artifact to a normal person was unimaginable. Yet, this person could remain calm. "I do not know. I was picking a divine herb, but the beast tide suddenly arrived. I fell into it and was on the run until I met you." Chapter 484. They had stopped at a lush mountain range, but Suyu could not sense any signs of life with his soul eyes. It was as if all living creatures had disappeared without a trace. All that was left was messy marks on the ground. Could a beast tide have occurred here, causing all the demonic beasts to flee? What had happened during the few days he had been training in seclusion? As he pondered, a sweet fragrance came from the mountain range below. Taking a light breath, Suyu felt extremely comfortable. The damaged spirit energy crystal in his dantian was showing signs of recovery. His internal injuries had basically healed, but the crystal in his dantian had been damaged beyond repair. The elegant woman also smelled the fragrance, and a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. However, deep in her eyes, it was unknown what she was thinking, as if she was deep in thought. "It is the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate," the cold lady said coldly. "It is extremely beneficial for purifying spirit energy. This item is not commonly seen in the Jojo continent, and it requires a huge price to exchange for it." Purify spirit energy? Suyu was tempted. It was recorded in the Thunder Emperor's 9 books that when breaking through to the fairy realm, the purer the spirit energy in one's body was, the greater one's potential would be. Purifying spirit energy was for the future. True geniuses would intentionally suppress their breakthrough to purify their spirit energy. That way, their chances of breaking through to the divine master realm would be higher. Furthermore, the purified spirit energy of the fairy realm would be purer and larger than that of a normal fairy realm. It would give them a huge advantage in battle. This item was considered a rare and precious item in the Jojo continent, and one might need to pay a high-grade divine artifact to obtain it. There was actually a wild, incredible feather spiritual pomegranate. "I don't want the clue to the spirit artifact, but this item belongs to me. How about that?" Suyu said quickly after weighing the pros and cons. Actually, he did not believe that this lady would easily reveal the clue to the spirit artifact. Even if she was willing to reveal it, there must be a reason behind it. Hence, he might as well settle for the next best thing, the spirit fruit. The cold lady's expression was normal. "Up to you. This item has no effect after being used once." In other words, she had already used the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate to purify spirit energy. Suyu nodded, raising his hand to keep the divine flying ship. He then followed the fragrance and entered the mountain range. After a short while, Suyu followed the scent and found a small lake with rippling blue waves. The clear lake reflected the blue sky and white clouds like a mirror. In the middle of the lake, there was a small snow-white tree that exuded a pure and holy aura. Its leaves were like pure white feathers, gently stretching out. On the small tree, there was a golden fruit that emitted an alluring fragrance. It was the profound feather pomegranate. This item was quite useful in purifying one's strength, and it could be considered a rare treasure. Delighted, Suyu flew toward it, and a jade shovel appeared in his palm. He spun it in the air, scooped out the golden incredible feather spiritual pomegranate, and sealed it in a jade box. However, out of the corner of his eye, Suyu noticed that there seemed to be blood-red threads twining around the snow-white small tree. Feeling that it was strange, Suyu used his soul eyes to see through it. With one look, his expression changed. That blood-colored thread wasn't something that grew on the snow-white little tree. Instead, it came from the depths of the ground, following the roots and extending into the interior of the tree. Lowering his head, he saw that the blood threads were not limited to the small tree. The entire land was intersected with each other, forming a network of blood-colored threads that were hidden under the ground. The tens of thousands of blood threads, the densely packed network, and the terrifying number of them caused Suyu's scalp to go numb. He swept his gaze in other directions. What made his skin crawl was that wherever his gaze passed, the ground was covered by the blood-colored thread. It was as if they were on a giant blood net that covered the sky and the sun. At that moment, the blood-red threads within the snow-white small tree suddenly shot out. At such a close distance, there was almost no time for anyone to react. Even Su Yu himself was taken aback. However, he had been in battle for a long time, and his reactions were extremely fast. Even though he did not have the time to use his cultivation techniques or take out his treasures, his body contained the existence of a thunderbolt that could restrain the evil, and it contained the disastrous thunder. In the blink of an eye, the surface of Su Yu's body was suddenly covered by a layer of dense disastrous thunder, covering his entire body. With a puffing sound, a pungent smell could be heard. After the blood-colored threads had struck Su Yu's body, they were turned into ashes by the disastrous thunder. Having narrowly avoided such an attack, Su Yu hesitated no longer, turning his body to charge into the sky. But suddenly, a cold feeling came from behind, and an invisible sense of danger suddenly descended. Su Yu's heart changed slightly. Without thinking, a round pearl appeared out of thin air, shielding his back. Clang, clang, the sound of metal clashing suddenly entered Su Yu's ears. The round pearl he had summoned suffered a huge force, and was sent flying 1,000 feet away. After blocking this fatal blow, Su Yu finally had the time to turn his head to take a look. A cold and elegant woman with an impressive figure was holding a sharp awl in her hand, looking at the round pearl that had been sent flying with surprise. The person who had launched a sneak attack was the cold and elegant woman that Su Yu had saved. Killing me to steal my treasure? Su Yu's face was gradually covered in frost. Regaining her senses, the cold and elegant woman coldly scolded, "Who cares about your treasures? What I want is your life." Su Yu raised his hand, and the round pearl flew above his head. His tone gradually became cold. "Oh? My life. When have I offended you? On the contrary, if I remember correctly, I even saved you from the beast tide not long ago." The cold and elegant woman let out a cold laugh. "Hehe, you do not know me, but I know you." Hehe. Su Yu's heart thumped. She knew him. This woman was not from the Zhenlong continent. Could he have accidentally seen her in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion? "I am Wu Aoyue of the moon-glowing clear ship. As a demonic cultivator, you should understand why I want your life, right? Sir Xueling." Wu Aoyue's phoenix eyes were filled with coldness. As a member of the moon-glowing clear ship's list of demonic cultivators, Xueling, you should have realized this when you raped and killed a female disciple of the moon-glowing clear ship. Xueling. Wait a minute. Su Yu was stunned. This Wu Aoyue had obviously mistaken him for someone else. "Miss, before you attack, can I trouble you to clarify the other party's identity?" The situation at hand was strange, and Su Yu had no time to waste on this woman. Unexpectedly, Wu Aoyue let out a cold laugh. "Ha ha ha, my ass. Isn't Xueling wild, overbearing, and unscrupulous? Now, you do not even dare to admit your identity. How laughable. You do not need to quibble. You have naturally red hair like fresh blood, and you control the divine flying ship. If you are not Xueling, who is?" Blood-colored hair. Su Yu was speechless. Speaking of which, Xueling did indeed have blood-colored hair. But who could have expected that he would be misunderstood? "I really am not," Su Yu said helplessly. "I am just a wandering martial artist." Hearing this, Wu Aoyue's eyes were filled with disdain. Don't tell me that a mere wandering martial artist could snatch the divine flying ship from Xueling's hand. Forget it. Why am I wasting my breath on you? Even though you, Xueling, have the physical body of the fairy realm, I, Aoyue, can easily kill you. Wu Aoyue said coldly and arrogantly, clearly confident in her strange phenomenon. As she spoke, she had already attacked. The sharp awl in her palm rotated once again. A pitch-black glow floated continuously in the middle of the sharp awl. Seeing the black glow, Su Yu became cautious at once. A high-grade divine artifact. That black glow was not a normal phenomenon of a magical treasure. Instead, it was because the grade of the divine artifact was extremely high, causing cracks to appear in the space. The black glow was a sign that the space was being pulled apart. If Su Yu was not careful with this attack, he might lose his life there. The speed of the sharp awl was extremely fast, tearing apart the space. In the blink of an eye, it was only 1 jong away from Su Yu. Under such circumstances, he could not even defend himself. At the critical moment, Su Yu's body flashed with lightning. A layer of lightning that looked like ripples on water enveloped his body. Pooh! The sharp awl rotated and pierced through Su Yu's body. The powerful rotational force tore his body apart, turning it into scattered lightning arcs. But Wu Aoyue let out a gasp of surprise. A lightning-based escape technique? To think that Xue Ling, a demonic martial artist, would be proficient in lightning, a technique that counters demonic techniques. What a surprise! Creak 100 jong away, a bolt of lightning flickered. Su Yu's figure appeared from the center of the lightning, his expression ice-cold. He had tried to explain himself, but Wu Aoyue's stubbornness was because she felt that she could easily kill him. Hence, she would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. If it was another strong martial artist who was not weaker than Xue Ling, would she dare to attack so recklessly? Keeping his last bit of intention to clarify, Su Yu's gaze gradually turned cold. Fine, since that is the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Coincidentally, my abilities have improved recently. I can use you as an example. Creak 5 balls flew out at once, surrounding Su Yu's body. With a thought, the dry cloud 5 elemental formation was unleashed. Seeing the 5 balls of different colors, Wu Aoyue creased her brows. She seemed to have heard of these 5 balls somewhere before, but she could not recall where. Humph, insignificant tricks. Take my attack first. Wu Aoyue could not be bothered to think. She raised her hand and pointed. The sharp awl in her palm rotated, breaking through the energy wave and piercing toward Su Yu. Su Yu had a playful expression. Insignificant tricks. That might not be the case. Activate the formation. With a grunt from Su Yu, the 5 balls rotated and flew into the sky, enveloping Wu Aoyue. A 5-colored light pillar descended from the sky, sealing her within like a cage. Wu Aoyue was stunned. The sharp awl that was attacking Su Yu immediately attacked the 5-colored light pillar. Break. But the high-grade divine artifact's sharp awl only left a thumb-sized ripple when it struck the 5-colored light pillar. It was then rebounded. Wu Aoyue's expression changed. How is this possible? Unless it was a true fairy realm martial artist, who would dare to underestimate the attack of a high-grade divine artifact? But it had been blocked so easily. Trap. Su Yu let out a grunt once again. At once, the 5-colored light pillar gradually shrunk. Wu Aoyue finally felt a trace of panic in her heart. Suddenly, an extremely famous treasure resounded in her mind. Chapter 485. In her memory, this treasure seemed to be controlled by a divine master from the returning principal palace. For Xue Ling to be able to control this formation meant that he had already refined the formation. Su Yu had an indifferent expression. You do not need to know that. After saying this, Su Yu rotated his fingers, lightly shouting, G. The 5-colored light beam tightened once again, sealing Wu Aoyue's entire body within it. She could not move. Even though she struggled, she could not move the light beam at all. Finally, the 5 orbs closed, the 5-colored light beam binding her to the point where she could not move an inch. She could only open her mouth to speak. How dare you steal the treasure of a returning principal palace elder? Even the soul-seizing palace cannot protect you. Wu Aoyue was afraid, but she spoke in a threatening manner. The soul-seizing palace and the returning principal palace were both in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. Their abilities were about the same, and there were many conflicts between them. In a fight between disciples, the elders of both sides would not interfere due to their status and reputation. But how could the other party let the matter rest after stealing the treasure of a divine master elder go? You can come and settle the score with me anytime. Su Yu shrugged nonchalantly. A slit appeared between his brows, and a small symbol formed by the fusion of his soul and thunderbolt flew out. It was the Great Thunder Heart technique. Wu Aoyue was shocked. What are you doing? Didn't I already say that I will use you to test out the secret technique that I have successfully cultivated? Su Yu said calmly, if you do not wish to die, give up on resisting. This is your only chance of survival. Wu Aoyue, who was being controlled by Su Yu, instantly understood Su Yu's intentions. She could not help but be furious. You want to enslave me? She, who was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, was enslaved by the evil Xueling. You had better consider this carefully. I am here with Master Lu Chuyi. If you enslave me, she will not let you off. No matter how strong the soul-seizing palace is, how can you raise your head in front of the Purple Cloud Palace? Purple Cloud Palace, Lu Chuyi? Su Yu, who was ignorant of the Jiuzhou continent, naturally could not understand what they meant. So what? When you tried to kill me, you did not consider it. Even when I repeatedly told you that I am not Xueling, you still tried to kill me. I really cannot find a reason to let you go. Su Yu's eyes were cold, and he was unmoved. Regardless of who Lu Chuyi was, since she was in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, her abilities would definitely not exceed the fairy realm. Hence, Su Yu did not need to be too afraid of her. Wu Aoyue's heart skipped a beat. Sanguis didn't hold back at all? Wait a minute. At this moment, Wu Aoyue finally noticed that something was wrong. She asked suspiciously, "Are you really not Sanguis?" If he was Sanguis, how could he not understand the stakes? Su Yu turned a deaf ear to him and pointed his finger at the space between his brows. A layer of frost appeared on his face. I'll say it for the last time. Die, or give up resisting. Wait, if you aren't Sanguis, I think it was just a misunderstanding, Wu Aoyue hastily said. Su Yu laughed mockingly. Forget it. When I explained that it was not Xueling, did you really not suspect anything? One is only a human king, and the other is only a demigod. No matter how you look at it, there are many suspicious points. Yet, you would rather kill the wrong person than let me go. It is because you are confident that you can kill me easily. This is not a misunderstanding. He weaved signs with one hand and a shining golden dagger appeared in his palm. He placed it on her neck and was about to spin it and cut off her head. Seeing Su Yu mercilessly kill her, Wu Aoyue's expression changed. No. I will give up resisting. Hearing this, Su Yu moved his finger. The symbol, which was a combination of soul and thunderbolt, entered the space between Wu Aoyue's brows and was embedded deeply into her soul. Only then did Su Yu put away the golden scale dagger. However, he only loosened the seal a little and did not release her immediately. Kill yourself. Su Yu's eyes were filled with a cold glow. What? Wu Aoyue opened her phoenix eyes wide and stared at Su Yu without blinking. Her pupils gradually shrank, revealing the panic in her heart and a shred of hope that she would be lucky. Su Yu coldly said, I do not like to repeat the same words twice. Wu Aoyue clenched her teeth. She knew that Su Yu was testing her to see if the seal was effective. If she resisted, it would mean that the seal was ineffective. Su Yu would definitely kill her and wipe her off the face of the earth. But if she did not resist, Su Yu would coldly watch her kill herself. Although there was a high possibility that Su Yu would stop her at the last moment, it was hard to say that he was not looking for someone to test the seal on. If she did not act, she would be forced to kill herself. No matter what, her life and death were in the hands of someone else. With a deep hesitation, Wu Aoyue clenched her teeth and slammed her palm toward the top of her head. Her palm did not hold back. If it hit her, her head would definitely explode and she would die. There was no doubt about it. Her eyes stared at Su Yu, not letting go of even a hint of his expression, but when her palm was about to land on the top of her head, Su Yu still did not move. His expression did not change, and he did not have any intention of ordering her to stop. Wu Aoyue's heart thumped and her mood sank. Su Yu wanted to kill her. Whoosh! At the critical moment, Wu Aoyue's palm came to a stop. It was less than half an inch away from the top of her head. You want to kill me? Wu Aoyue was furious. I have already explained it clearly. It was only a misunderstanding between us. Why must you kill me? What made her stunned was that Su Yu muttered to himself, the effect is not bad. There should be a restraining effect. Why must you kill me? Wu Aoyue glared at him. Su Yu ignored her and continued muttering to himself, as expected of a technique left behind by a divine master. A formless soul fused with a physical thunderbolt to form a restriction. It is complicated. Without a technique to refer to, it would be difficult for others to understand it. Why? Wu Aoyue's face was red as she glared at him. Su Yu seemed to have just regained his senses and said blankly, "Why? You seemed to want to say something just now." His words caused Wu Aoyue to explode in anger. She said word by word, "I am asking you, why did you not shout for me to stop?" Su Yu blinked his eyes and had a confused expression. "Oh, didn't you stop by yourself?" Hearing this, Wu Aoyue clenched her teeth. Her eyes were almost spitting fire. Such an irresponsible reply made her go crazy. After a while, Wu Aoyue regained her composure. She quickly got used to her current situation and had a calm expression. "How should I address you, master?" "Master?" Su Yu rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. He then waved his hands and said, "You can call me Mr. Master is too eye-catching and draws attention." It was not difficult to imagine the situation of a weak youth with a beautiful servant in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, where geniuses gathered and experts gathered. It was fine if he met someone he did not like. But if he met someone with evil intentions, he would suffer an undeserved calamity. "Yes, Mr. Wu Aoyue said obediently. She was secretly surprised by Su Yu's caution. She had thought that he would be vain because he was young. She did not expect him to be more composed than she had imagined. Su Yu then started to ask about her background and the situation of the geniuses in the Jojo continent. After listening to her, Su Yu's expression turned serious. The 18 blessed and heavenly lands referred to 18 excellent training grounds. They were divided into 2 palaces and 16 factions. The returning principal palace and the soul-seizing palace were part of the 16 factions. They each had a few divine master-level elders and faction masters. As for the 2 palaces, the Purple Cloud Palace and the Red Blood Palace, they were the 2 great forces that ruled over the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. The 16 factions were just the subsidiary factions of the 2 palaces. It was rumored that the 2 palaces had frightening fighters who surpassed the divine master level. Chapter 486. What shocked Su Yu the most was that this woman's power was extremely great. She had already broken through to the divine master realm several years ago, and she could be said to be the greatest female cultivator in the 18 blessed and heavenly land. Wu Aoyue and another youth called Wei Dao were outer sanctum disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace. They had followed Lu Chuyi into the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion to complete their mission. Su Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as he had unintentionally provoked 2 divine masters. But when he thought about it, he felt relieved. No matter how strong the Jojo divine masters were, they would not be able to affect the Zhenlong continent, so there was nothing to worry about. From what Wu Aoyue had said, Su Yu also knew that most of the geniuses of the Jojo continent were aiming for the mysterious heavenly palace. The mysterious heavenly palace was the most important relic in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. It was extremely vast and had yet to be completely excavated. This palace contained more than 70% of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion's resources. Most of the people who were trying to make a breakthrough to the fairy realm had found their opportunities in the mysterious heavenly palace. This was an extremely important clue to Su Yu, and if he wanted to find the great real dragon's blood and the lightning-avoiding silver pearl, he would have to start from the mysterious heavenly palace. "Let's go to the stone forest." Su Yu waved his hand and sent Wu Aoyue into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Wu Aoyue was shocked. She thought that Su Yu was going to kill her after asking about the situation. Who would have thought that he would actually appear in a valley with birds chirping and flowers fragrant? Immediately after, a small snow-white tree flew in. It was the mystic feather pomegranate tree. At the same time, a fist-sized clump of golden soil suddenly surged out from the ground of the valley. The profound feather spirit pomegranate tree was rooted in it. "I will let you out when I need you. From now on, help me take care of the valley and look after the nursery." Su Yu's voice reverberated in the empty valley. As her divine master uncle was in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, how could Su Yu let Wu Aoyue out openly? Wu Aoyue was startled at first, but when she saw the golden yellow soil clearly, she pondered for a long time before her face gradually turned solemn. Finally, it turned into a look of shock. Supreme growing soil. The supreme growing soil that was rumored to be able to be exchanged for an immortal grade cultivation technique. Here. There are more than 100 of them here? How is that possible? The appearance of the supreme growing soil caused Wu Aoyue to be completely confused. It was difficult to find even one grain of supreme growing soil in the 9 regions, but here, there were more than 100 grains. If word of this got out, the old monsters of the Purple Cloud Palace and the Red Blood Palace would probably come out of seclusion. With an unprecedented impact, Wu Aoyue was lost in the huge shock that she did not expect. Under Su Yu's control, she was isolated and did not come face to face with Qin Xiana and Long Wuxin. As his thoughts returned to his physical body, Su Yu looked fearfully at the depths of the ground, at the giant blood-red net that covered the land. Deep uneasiness surged in his heart. I have to leave the 7th level as soon as possible. Su Yu felt a sense of danger descend upon him all of a sudden. His figure flickered, and he flew quickly toward the stone forest. A layer of blood-red scales gradually appeared on the surface of the silver snake above the corpse grassland. It seemed to be evolving. On the 7th level of the divine pavilion, at the end of a place where lightning flashed. At the end of the path, there was a broken stairway that led straight into the sky. According to what the Sovereign King said, this heaven stairway can lead us directly to the 8th heaven world and reach the place we want to go. Lord Yi Yu looked up at the heaven stairway and said slowly, but the 8th level of the divine pavilion is different from the 7th level. Its surface area is less than 100th of the 7th level of the divine pavilion, and it is very easy to meet strong fighters there. The fighting there is extremely intense. The abilities of the 6 of us are a little weak. Hence, we should not get entangled with others. Entering the place we want to find is the best choice. Hearing this, Lord Bailuo raised his eyebrows. Yi Yu, it is good to be cautious, but it is not good to lower our morale. In other words, he was a little dissatisfied with Lord Yi Yu's presumptuous assessment that the abilities of the 6 of them were weak. The other great sages also had a hint of arrogance on their faces. Lord Yi Yu calmly replied, "We have not met with any danger along the way, and we have not met any geniuses from the Jojo continent. I think that you might have been too careless. The abilities of the geniuses of the Jojo continent are not something we can imagine." Bailuo let out a light grunt. He did not speak, taking the lead to ascend the stairway. The rest of the people ascended the stairway one after another. The stone forest was in a state of chaos. Moreover, the situation had already undergone an unexpected change. Especially after the arrival of the demon faction disciples. As for Su Yu, he had finally arrived at the stone forest after a few days of continuous travel. Out of caution, Su Yu kept the divine flying ship when he was 10,000 miles away, carefully approaching the ground. Clang, clang. As Su Yu slowly approached, he suddenly heard a clanging sound, as well as a few furious roars. Among them, there was a familiar female voice. With a thought, Su Yu approached. He saw a group of orange-robed youths and a lady in a green dress. They were working together to attack 2 half-gods with decent abilities. The lady in the green dress was none other than Yu Chan from the returning Principal Palace. She and 5 other half-gods were attacking the 2 cultivators, who were dressed differently. It seemed that the 2 of them were wandering martial artists. Among the 5 half-gods, 2 were top-notch. Including Yu Chan, there were 3 of them. Under the absolute suppression of their abilities, the 2 top-notch half-gods were finally surrounded after 100 moves, as they did not have enough spirit energy. Ha, kill 2 more wandering martial artists. With that, the 6 of us will have the lives of 5 wandering martial artists. With just 1 more wandering martial artist's life, we will have a spot in the transportation spell. The orange-robed youth in the lead had grey-white eyebrows and sinister eyes as he laughed coldly. Yu Chan, who was at the side, maintained a distance from them. She had a helpless expression on her face. Suddenly, the white-browed youth sniffed the air, and his cold eyes shot in Su Yu's direction. "Who is it? Come out." After saying this, a spiraling dart flew out from his palm, shooting toward a giant green rock. With a rumble, the giant green rock burst like a bubble. A figure flew out from within the debris. It was Su Yu, who was hiding in the dark. Su Yu was slightly surprised. He had used the cicada cloak, yet he could still be found so easily. The geniuses of the Jojo continent were indeed extraordinarily strong. Wandering martial artist? The white-browed youth froze, letting out a ferocious laugh. Even the heavens are helping me. The other 4 orange-robed youths had cold expressions, sealing off Su Yu's path of retreat. Wait. Why is it you? Yu Chan flew over in shock, secretly signaling Su Yu with her eyes, telling him to escape quickly. The white-browed youth creased his brows. Why, do you know this wandering martial artist? Yu Chan stared at Su Yu, her tone filled with fear. This person's abilities are very strong. We should not attack him. We should find another target. The white-browed youth was displeased. What a joke. Why would I, by you, be afraid of a mere wandering martial artist? Attack. Hearing this, Yu Chan's expression changed. No. But it was too late. The 5 of them attacked at the same time, trying to kill Su Yu from all directions. Chapter 487. With a whoosh, the black jade ring on Su Yu's index finger flashed. A misty purple air current spiraled out, turning into a purple umbrella in Su Yu's palm. It was the Purple Sun incredible umbrella. The white-browed youth was stunned, then his expression changed. Purple Sun incredible umbrella? You are Xueling? When he glanced at Su Yu's red hair, he was even more certain of Su Yu's identity. He was the infamous disciple of the soul-seizing palace, Xueling. Hearing this, the expressions of the other 4 also changed, their expressions flickering with fear. How could they not know of Xueling's reputation? Wait. This is a misunderstanding. We did not mean to offend you. The white-browed youth's eyelids twitched. His pursuit came to an abrupt halt, and he retreated. But Su Yu ignored him. He rubbed his hands together, and the Purple Sun incredible umbrella spun, opening up. Su Yu stood with one hand behind his back, the other holding the umbrella. His expression was cold, his blood-red hair fluttering in the wind. His broken bronze mask gave off a mysterious feeling. Looking from afar, he looked extremely sinister. But what was even more sinister was that the sky within 1,000 jong radius was suddenly enveloped by a ball of purple light. The temperature of the air rose rapidly, and even the soil on the ground began to emit black smoke. The space within 1,000 jong radius was quickly engulfed in thick flames. The temperature was extremely high, far higher than the flames of the origin. The 3 half-gods only had time to let out a pathetic cry before they were turned into ashes. All that was left of their bodies were the hardened middle-grade divine artifacts. The white-browed youth and another top-notch half-god were aghast. They used spirit energy to protect themselves, their bodies burning with raging flames as they charged out of the flames, shouting furiously, "Xueling, you have gone too far." Su Yu scoffed. When the 5 of them had joined forces to kill Su Yu, had they ever thought that they had gone too far? Su Yu had no sympathy for such people. Split up and escape. The white-browed youth shouted, rolling onto the ground to extinguish the purple flames on his body. His figure flashed as he ran toward the stone forest where there were more people. As for the other top-notch demigod, he split up and fled in another direction. Su Yu's eyes glowed coldly. It's too late to leave now. With a flash, Su Yu chased after the other top-notch half-god. His index finger glowed, and 9 needles formed the 9 yin-yang formation, enveloping the sky. Before that top-notch demigod could react, he was pierced and killed by the 9 yin-yang formation. The white-browed young man vaguely heard a scream of agony, and he turned around to take a look. Just in time to catch a glimpse of the other party's fallen figure, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Sanguis was indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. Even a top-notch demigod could not last more than a few breaths in his hand. However, in the span of a few breaths, he had already calmly fled thousands of miles away, and he would soon be able to return to the stone forest. With so many experts there, even Sanguis would have to think twice before making his move. Then, with a crackling sound of thunder, a bolt of lightning descended in front of him. As the lightning flickered, a figure appeared. It was Su Yu. With a wave of his hand, the 9 yin-yang formation descended and enveloped him. The white-browed young man drew a sharp breath. Just what kind of divine ability was this? Seeing that the formation had been activated, the white-browed young man's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, he took out a small lion shrouded in green light from his bosom. The lion's body was filled with boundless true energy. Once it appeared, it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Sanguis. If you continue to push your luck, don't blame us for perishing together. This green jade spiritual lion contains an attack of the fairy realm. If you do not wish to die, retreat immediately. But Su Yu was unmoved. The 9 yin-yang formation enveloped the white-browed young man. At the same time, he weaved signs with one hand, and 5 misty balls of light suddenly flew out, spinning. A 5-colored pillar of light formed a cage, enveloping the white-browed young man within it. As the cage compressed, his body was unable to move. Everything seemed to take a long time, but from the moment the dry cloud 5 elemental formation appeared to the moment it was activated, only a few breaths had passed. The white-browed young man cursed in his heart. He wanted to break free, but it was too late. At that moment, the 9 yin-yang formation shot toward him. A pathetic shriek reverberated through the sky. The white-browed young man's body was pierced with countless tiny holes, and his life force was extinguished. The green jade spiritual lion in his hands fell to the ground, but it was caught by a palm. Su Yu held the green jade spiritual lion, feeling the attack of the fairy realm within it. He could not help but reveal a surprised expression. He had thought that he could casually kill a top-notch half-god, but he did not expect to obtain a treasure that contained an attack of the fairy realm. It seemed that this young man, Bai Yu, did not have an ordinary identity. It was most likely a gift from an elder. After plundering the person's body, Su Yu burned the corpse to ashes with a flick of his finger. After which, his figure flickered as he flew back to Yu Chan's vicinity, taking care of the other corpses. Their remaining divine artifacts were unceremoniously stored in the 9 jade spiritual pearl. After doing all that, Su Yu casually kept all the treasures in front of Yu Chan, who was staring at him with wide, beautiful eyes. His expression was calm and indifferent, as if it was normal for a human king to kill a group of half-gods. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just a short moment, the half-gods of a faction had been completely annihilated. When did the Black Snow Devil King become so powerful? The huge disparity caused Yu Chan to be in disbelief at the scene before her eyes. In her memory, Su Yu, who possessed 2 types of origins, could barely fight a top-notch half-god. But now, it seemed that he could easily kill a top-notch half-god. In other words, if Su Yu were to attack Yu Chan, he would not need to expend much effort. At that moment, Su Yu gave her a terrifying pressure. It was as if she was facing the almost invincible Xue Ling. What caused her expression to turn even paler was that senior brother Yang Yidao's dry cloud 5 elemental formation had fallen into the hands of the Black Snow Devil King. Moreover, even Yang Yidao needed 5 people to fully activate the 5 round pearls. However, Su Yu could fully control the 5 round pearls by himself. What did this mean? It meant that the Black Snow Devil King had successfully refined the treasure. Whether or not Yang Yidao was in danger, or how the Black Snow Devil King had forcefully erased the imprint of the Divine Master Uncle, were no longer important. The important thing was that she had personally witnessed the dry cloud 5 elemental formation in the hands of the Black Snow Devil King. There was no reason for him to let her off. It was very likely that Su Yu's next step would be to silence her. "Miss Yu Chan, long time no see." Su Yu smiled, walking over slowly. Yu Chan's body turned rigid, her breathing stagnant, her heart thumping. Su Yu had merely greeted her, but in Yu Chan's eyes, it was filled with the pressure of death. Her face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "It has only been a few days, but Sir Black Snow's abilities have improved to such an extent. No, I should say that Sir Black Snow has hidden his abilities too deeply." Now that she thought about it, the mysterious disappearance of the ghost prison envoy was most likely related to Black Snow. It was most likely true that Su Yu had saved Qin Zhuoyang from Xue Gui. It was laughable that she had treated Su Yu's humble words as the truth, thinking that Qin Zhuoyang was the main force and Su Yu was only supporting him. An unbelievable thought appeared in her mind. Biting her lips, she hesitantly said, "I wonder how senior brother Yang Yidao is now?" "Dead," Su Yu calmly replied. Hearing this, Yu Chan's heart thumped. The brown pupils in her beautiful eyes shrank to the size of a needle's eye. Her petite body trembled abruptly, breathing intensely. Her chest rose and fell continuously, showing the shock in her heart. Young Yidao was really dead. She could not accept this shocking reality. In her opinion, it was more likely that Su Yu had used a trick to steal the treasure from senior brother Yang. At the very most, Su Yu had relied on some treasures to severely injure senior brother Yang and take the opportunity to steal the treasure. But young Yidao was really dead, killed by Su Yu. Regaining her senses, Yu Chan's face was ashen, her eyes filled with despair. Does that mean that Sir Black Snow does not intend to let me off? He stole the treasures of the returning principal palace and killed the disciples of the returning principal palace. Since the returning principal palaces Yu Chan knew about this, there was no reason for him to be forgiven. At this moment, Su Yu had already walked over, smiling. Initially, I did not intend to do anything to Miss Yu Chan. Young Yidao deserved it. I will not take my anger out on an innocent person. But Miss Yu Chan saw it by accident, and I cannot let you leave. Regardless of whether it was the dry cloud 5 elemental formation or young Yidao's death, it was not appropriate to expose them before they left the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Yu Chan laughed bitterly, lowering her head in silence. She did not resist, allowing Su Yu to do as he pleased. Su Yu nodded. That is good too. Saves me the trouble. After saying this, a slit appeared between his brows. A seal, formed by the fusion of Thunderbolt and Soul, flew out, entering Yu Chan's body. Yu Chan had already accepted her death. But when she suddenly felt the seal on her soul, she could not help but be shocked. Soul seal? You are not going to kill me? Su Yu helped her up, replying with a question. What is the benefit of killing you? For the time being, you will stay by my side. When the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion ends, I will naturally release the seal and let you live. I hope that you do not disappoint me during this period of time. Yu Chan was stunned for a moment, revealing a surprised expression. Regardless of whether Su Yu would let her off in the end, she would definitely be able to keep her life for the time being. From his words, Yu Chan could tell that Su Yu was a sentimental person. They had fought side by side for a period of time, and he did not wish to kill her. Thank you, Sir Black Snow, for not killing me, Yu Chan said respectfully. Su Yu nodded, his expression turning serious. Tell me about the transportation spell. What is the situation now? Why are you hunting wandering martial artists? Hearing this, Yu Chan could not help but feel embarrassed. She was also secretly glad that she had not acted rashly when Bai Yu attacked. Otherwise, she would have been among the ashes on the ground. It is Cho Ziming, Yu Chan said briefly, her expression grave. Cho Ziming? Su Yu was at a loss. Who was Cho Ziming?